again, good evening, East Alabama and West Georgia. Welcome back to our severe weather coverage across East Alabama and West Georgia. It is now 12 midnight Central. It is March 31, 2022. On Dr. Don's weather from the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent, Southern Union. You're a proud supporter of our live Doppler radar in the Severe Weather Center this evening as we continue to watch very strong thunderstorms move across central Alabama now, about to start moving into East Alabama. We have a brand new tornado watch that has just been issued, and the tornado watch does cover all of East Alabama and West Georgia, and this tornado watch will be in effect until 7 a.m. Central, 8 o'clock Eastern tomorrow morning. I can tell you that watch will most likely be canceled early. We do not anticipate having severe weather in effect for that length of time. It's just that the National Severe Storms Forecast Center puts those things out there for about 6 hours when they issue them, even though we know that it won't last that long. In Alabama, the watch includes the following counties, and we actually have two different tornado watches in effect right now, and well, I'll get back to that in just a few minutes. The National Weather Service office in Birmingham has now issued a tornado warning. This is for a radar-indicated tornado for Shelby County, Alabama, until 12:30 a.m. At 12:01 a.m. Central Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Columbiana, moving northeast at around 50 miles per hour. So let me stop the radar and we'll take a look at that. We welcome those of you who are listening to us via radio this morning, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9, and WJHO 89.7, The Classic. And, of course, those of you watching us on social media, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and DrDonWX.com. And, of course, those folks who are watching us on the Dr. Don weather app this morning as well. So we have a brand new tornado warning that's just been issued for Shelby County. That's going to be for this thunderstorm that is now just northeast of the Shelby County Airport, moving to the northeast. And so this is going to be close to Chelsea, crossing over 280, maybe just a little bit east of downtown Chelsea and north of Columbiana. So it will cross over maybe just a little bit south of the Vincent area and a little bit to the northwest of Childersburg. If this storm stays together, you folks over here in Talladega need to be paying real close attention to this. Let me see if we can go to the velocity and get a better look at exactly where we think this tornado is right now. Okay, so there's no question. Very good indication that we do have a tornado there just south of Chelsea and moving off to the northeast. So the next in line would be Vincent. It's right there on the Talladega Shelby County line. And then you folks over there in Talladega need to be paying very close attention to this. I think that it stays just a shade bit north of Childersburg, but if you're in Childersburg, you need to be watching this also as this storm moves off to the northeast. I'm just going to switch around and look at a couple of different products. You folks on radio will paint the picture for you the best that we can. Here are some expected arrival times. We're looking at Harpersville at 12:18, Vincent around 12:22, Riverside at 12:49, Center Point around 12:53, and Lincoln at around 12:55. So if it takes that track, it should stay just a little bit north of Talladega. I would expect it in the Talladega area or just north of Talladega around 12:48 a.m. This morning. So we got a little time there. We got a little time to watch this and see how it's going to react. So yeah, there you go. Brand new tornado warning now, and this is for Shelby County. It's in effect until 12:30 Now we have a confirmed tornado located over Chelsea, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So this is a confirmed tornado. There's the debris signature. Let me get the radar moved over and we'll zoom in a little closer for you. And there you go, right there. That's the debris signature. That is debris being lofted up into the upper levels of the atmosphere by the tornado. And you can clearly see it there on radar. So this is a very dangerous situation. It is now confirmed. We do have a tornado on the ground in Shelby County, and that storm is moving off to the northeast. It will most likely cross over most likely cross 280 just to the west of Harpersville as it continues moving off to the northeast. So if you're listening to us on radio, and both of our radio stations get into that area very well, if you're traveling 280, if you're in Childersburg and you're traveling north on 280, you need to stop in Childersburg and let this storm take its course, because it is going to cross 280 just to the west, or just to the northwest of Harpersville. So between Chelsea and Harpersville is where we expect this tornado to cross 280. You don't want to be out there on the roadway, so pull over there in Childersburg. If you're coming out of Birmingham, just find a place to pull over and let this storm pass before you continue to the south. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. It's being confirmed by a debris signature on radar. That is in Shelby County, moving to the northeast. Let me see if we can get some updated times for you here. Harpersville 1218, Riverside around 1249, Center Point around 1253, and Lincoln at about 1255. I'll zoom out and show you that we are beginning to see rain move into Talladega County. It's raining now over most of Clay County, from Delta down to Lineville and back into Ashland. Some heavier showers down there in southwest Clay County. And then even further to the east, up there in southern Cleburne County, we have rain south of the I-20 corridor. We have some rain falling now in southern Randolph County, down into Chambers, back over to Tallapoosa and Coosa. But nothing severe over there. You just got heavy rain and lots of wind. That wind has been with us all afternoon and all evening, and that's going to continue until at least we get this line of storms through here. The concern, for those of you that are watching us on social media, the concern is along this line that I'm drawing on the screen there, basically from about Leeds down to Sylacauga on down to about Wetumpka and Montgomery. That's where the line of thunderstorms is currently positioned, and that's the main line of storms, and it'll continue to move off to the east, and as it moves into East Alabama, the weather will deteriorate as this line of storms moves in. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning. They're warning for that entire line. And I'll give you the verbiage on this. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Bibb County. The northeastern Bibb County portion of the storm has been canceled. But we do continue that severe thunderstorm warning until 12:45 for Chilton and Shelby County. The hazard with this line of storms is 60-mile-per-hour wind gust as it moves through central Alabama. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect now for Chilton and Shelby County, and we have a tornado warning also in effect. This is an observed, confirmed tornado. For Shelby County, it's going to be the north end of Shelby County. That is going to be for a confirmed tornado located near Chelsea, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Our radio stations that we're broadcasting live on is WFAZ, which is 90.9, and WJHO, 89.7. We've got folks in our chat room asking for the radio stations where they can listen to our coverage. And for those of you on radio, there may be moments of silence here as we work through this. We're in long-form coverage now, and we are just we're watching the radar as things develop, and I'm bringing you the weather information as the Weather Service issues those watches and warnings. And I believe we've got... this is just some damage reports that are coming in, and this is out of Bibb County, but this would have been from the earlier storm. Reporting the fire department there in Bibb County is reporting trees down on Ashby Road and nearby roads. That was at 1018. That was from that possible tornado that moved through earlier this evening. Now, that same area has had multiple tornado warnings from Montevallo all the way up to the Shelby County Airport. Yes, there is a tornado warning down there south of Montgomery. That's for a possible tornado along that line of storms. Right there along I-65, just north of Fort Deposit. So if you are in Montgomery County, well, that's Lowndes County, but the storm is going to be continuing off to the northeast, so Montgomery County heads up for you. This storm could move right over the city of Montgomery. So big picture right quick, we have one confirmed tornado in Shelby County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Chilton and Shelby. And then we have a tornado warning down there for Lowndes County, just southwest of Montgomery. And then multiple severe thunderstorm warnings below that, all the way down I-65 to Monroeville, and even all the way down into the Mobile metro area. We had 3 tornado warnings in effect at the same time down there for Mobile. And here comes another tornado warning for Mobile County. That is also a confirmed tornado just north of Mobile. So I-65, a really bad ride right now from Montgomery, really from Birmingham all the way to Mobile. This storm over in Shelby County is northeast of Hoover and moving away from Hoover, so it is not close to Hoover. It is over on the east side, southeast side of Birmingham Metro, but it's over in Shelby County, so it's moving away from the Hoover area. Radar showing rain over Roosterville. See, producer Tracy, you didn't think anybody lived in Roosterville. I've got somebody in the chat room that's in Roosterville. We actually went through Roosterville. Sunday afternoon coming home. If it's not raining in your house right now, it will shortly. I mean, it may take a minute for this stuff to make it to the ground. But yeah, we are showing rain over Roopville, Roosterville, all of southern Carroll County, all the way up to Carrollton. I just want to sleep in Tin Shop. Yeah, well, probably need to keep an eye on this weather as we move forward. And again, folks, we appreciate you folks over on radio that's watching us. It's in the wee hours of the morning now, and the way we kind of do this is I kind of answer questions that pop up in the chat room. I know you guys on radio can't see that, so we'll try to describe that for you. Tornado warning for Autauga, Elmore, Lowndes, and Montgomery. So here's a significant tornado warning. Birmingham National Weather Service office now issuing a tornado warning for Autauga, Elmore, Lowndes, and Montgomery at 1 a.m. Central. Until 1 a.m. Central. At 12:15 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line damaging wind were located along a line extending from near Autaugaville to Danley Field to near Pentlala, moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. Again, that is a tornado warning for Autauga, Elmore, Lowndes, and Montgomery counties of central Alabama. And the National Weather Service office at Birmingham continues the tornado warning for Shelby County at 12:16 a.m. A confirmed tornado was located near Vincent, or 10 miles southeast of Leeds, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. All right, they've upgraded the tornado warning for Autauga, Elmore, Lowndes, and Montgomery to observed. At 12:17 a.m. this morning, tornado-producing storms were located along a line extending from near Autaugaville to Danley Field. So that is an observed tornado now, coming up into Autauga, Elmore, Lowndes, and Montgomery. They're warning for that entire line. The severe thunderstorm warning, which was in effect for Chilton County, has been canceled. And the National Weather Service continues a severe thunderstorm warning for Shelby County. So we got multiple things going on in multiple different counties. The best idea here, folks, is if you're under any kind of a warning, go to your safe place, whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. It really doesn't matter much in this type of environment. All along that line, we have the threat of damaging straight-line winds, or we could have a tornado actually taking place. So the best idea is just to go to your safe place if a warning is issued for your county. That's why we've been harping all day long to you folks who live in mobile homes to make sure you've got a place to go, because tonight, in this particular type setup, it really doesn't matter whether it's a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. You're going to get damaging winds, or at least you're going to have the potential for damaging winds. So let me go back up here to the Shelby County tornado, and let me hit some more locations here for you. Let me zoom out so you can kind of see where this thing is going. So it's over Harpersville now, Vincent now. This will probably affect a portion of the line. And this is the severe thunderstorm warning. So this is the severe thunderstorm warning. We'll do the tornado in just a moment. The severe thunderstorm warning will affect Childersburg by 12:22. Excuse me, Pell City by 12:31. Riverside by 12:37. Lincoln by 12:41. Raglan by 12:43. Ohatchee by 12:53. If it holds together, Rainbow City by 1 o'clock. Gadsden by 1:03. And up there around Glencoe at 1:04. And Hoax Bluff by 1:09. Now let's see if we can go in here and get the tornado. All right, so here are the times for the possible tornado that's contained within that line of storms. Pell City by 12:32, Riverdale by 12:37, Lincoln 12:41, Anniston by 12:59, Sacs by 1 a.m., Weaver by 1:04, and Jacksonville by 1:09. So if I just called out a name of a town where you know someone who lives in that town, whether it's friends or family, go ahead and call them and make sure you're going to wake them up. That's okay. Be a hero. Call them and make sure they're aware that there is a tornado downstream that is moving in their general direction, and make sure that they're awake, and just make sure that they're keeping an eye on what is going on. That's very important. Don't worry about waking somebody up. That's the total idea here, is to wake them up and make sure they're weather aware of what's going on, so they can get up and start watching coverage, or watch us, or listen to local radio and television. But very important. If you know somebody up there in the Jacksonville area, I know we got Jacksonville University up there. A lot of folks have kids up there that go to school. Let's call them. Let's wake them up. Let's make sure that they're weather aware and they understand what's going on. Now, there's a decent chance that this particular cell may weaken before it gets up there, but there are equal chances that it won't. So let's be on the safe side and go ahead and call them and make sure they're aware of what's going on. We'll ride back down to the Montgomery storm again. And I'll give you some times on this one. We're expecting arrival in Prattville at just about any moment now. Montgomery at 12:25. Millbrook 12:29. Casita, this is down in Elmore County, 12:31. Wetumpka by 12:38. Hopeful 12:40. Central around 12:50. Equality around 12:54. Kalijah 12:58. Our Town around 1:03. Wind Creek State Park at 1:05. Alexander City by 1:10. Should be arriving in the Dadeville area around 1:11, and Jackson's Gap around 1:12. So here again, if you know someone who lives in one of those towns that I just called out, give them a call. Make sure that they are aware of the weather situation that we have unfolding here. A tornado warning remains in effect until 1 a.m. for southeastern Autauga, Elmore, northeastern Lowndes, northeastern Montgomery County. At 12:17, a tornado-producing storm was located along a line extending from near Autaugaville to Danley Field to near Pentlala, moving to the northeast at around 60 miles per hour. And you can see that that entire line is elongated, and it stretches from just northeast of Montgomery through downtown Montgomery and all the way down I-65. And it's moving northeast, so it's going to be storming pretty good now in Montgomery for a few minutes here, and there is probably going to be some flash flooding issues in downtown Montgomery, if I had to guess. And then looking back over there into Autauga County, around Autaugaville, we got a pretty good storm over there as well. Now, we've got some heavy rain over in East Alabama, just north of Lynette, right there along the Troup County, Chambers County line. West Point Lake, you got heavy rain taking place over there right now. Moderate rain over the rest of East Alabama and West Georgia, and that's not severe. Those are not the storms that we're concerned about. We're concerned about this line of storms that's back over just now, beginning to move into East Alabama with that one tornado warning up there in Shelby County. There's some discussion. There is discussion of a debris signature now on that storm coming up into Autauga County. They are also issuing an aerial flood advisory now for Shelby, Blount, Etowah, Jefferson, and St. Clair. And they have just canceled the tornado warning for Shelby County. That's good news. So this polygon up here in Shelby County will go away here in just a few moments. So now the main concern is going to be this storm down here coming up into Montgomery and Autauga County. And there was some discussion about a debris signature over here coming up out of Lowndes County into Autauga County, right there along the Alabama River. The National Weather Service has canceled the tornado watch for Bibb, Blount, Dallas, Jefferson, and Perry. The National Weather Service continues the tornado watch for Barber, Bullock, Calhoun, Chambers, Cherokee, Clay, Cleburne, Lee, Macon, Pike, Randolph, Russell, and Tallapoosa until 7 a.m. They also continue the tornado watch for Autauga, Chilton, Coosa, Elmore, Etowah, Lowndes, Montgomery, St. Clair, and Talladega. Those counties are under that first tornado watch that's set to expire at 1 a.m. Probably not. And then the rest of the East Alabama counties are scheduled to expire at 7 a.m., and I would expect that to happen much sooner. Question about northeast Georgia. How bad do we think the storms will be by the time they get over here for Habersham, Banks, and White? They should not intensify because the parent low pressure system that's dragging this cold front across Alabama is racing off to the northeast up into the upper Midwest. And the further that parent low gets away from this trailing cold front, the less energy it's going to have to work with. Plus, we're dealing with this during the middle of the overnight hours. So there's not a whole lot out there to intensify these storms. They should slowly begin to weaken as they move into Georgia. So our thought pattern right now is that by the time they get into, middle Georgia or central Georgia or even up into northeast Georgia, hopefully we're only dealing with some heavy thunder showers. We'll see. We'll watch this and see. We really kind of thought they would have lost some of their intensity by the time they got into East Alabama, but we're still dealing with tornado warnings this morning, so we'll have to watch this and see as it goes. I'm going to give, because we do not have, let me double check something here right quick. All right, so we do not have a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning now for East Alabama. That warning has been canceled. And that'll drop off here in just a second. They're going to just let it fall off at the expiration time, which is, am I good or what? It just went away. We do not have any valid warnings in effect now for our radio station coverage area. We do have that tornado watch that continues, and we do have a line of strong thunderstorms moving into East Alabama. But we have no valid warnings in effect right now. So I'm going to pause for about 10 seconds and allow our radio stations to go back to regular programming. And I will give our board operator this heads up. If we go back under any other new warnings, I will text you, and then you can come back to our coverage. So I'm going to pause for about 10 seconds and let our radio listeners go back to regular programming on WFAZ God's Country 90.9 and WJHO 89.7, The Classic. And we'll bring you right back if we have more severe weather warnings across our coverage area. You're listening to Severe Weather Coverage on Dr. Don's Weather. All right, folks, here we go. We're back with our live coverage. We go a little more informal once we lose the radio stations and spend more time talking directly to you, our social media folks. And I'll be answering more of your questions, and we'll talk a little bit more if you have questions. Now's a good time to ask them in the chat room. Let's see here. What is false here? Watch means conditions are favorable for the formation. That is correct. Warning means, warning means that we have a tornado. It's confirmed, or at least we have a radar indicated tornado. A watch means just be on the lookout. Just be on the watch. Have a little heightened weather awareness going on when you're under a watch. Then when a warning is issued, if you're in that polygon, if you're in that warning polygon, you need to go to your safe place, because we either have a radar indicated tornado or we have a confirmed tornado. Watch means it could happen. Warning means it is happening. Weather Channel just sent out a tornado warning for where? There are no tornado warnings in East Alabama. The only warning in Alabama, the only tornado warning in Alabama at the moment, there's two. Actually, there's one in the state of Alabama. That's the storm there near Montgomery. And then we have a new tornado warning down. Let's see, that's going to be just north of Pensacola, down in northwest Florida. Those are the only two tornado warnings in the state of Alabama at this hour. Yes, I've been seeing some reports of damage in Shelby County, the Montevallo area. There's a mobile home that was blown over in Montevallo. I've been talking to you mobile home folks for the last 2 days, trying to warn you, don't stay in your mobile homes in weather like this, and that is why. I'm seeing reports of at least one mobile home that was overturned when that storm moved through Montevallo earlier, a couple of, about 30 or 45 minutes ago. Yes, that's a tornado watch for Wadley, Randolph County, tornado watch for East Alabama, all of our coverage area. All of the Dr. Don coverage areas of East Alabama and West Georgia are currently under a tornado watch. That simply means that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms and possible tornadoes in and close to the watch area. Question out of Helen, Georgia, which is just up the road from where I am. And the question is, do I think the storms will be weakening? And they're saying it doesn't look like they're weakening on their radar. Well, here's the thing: that's a that's a relative comparison there. They are weaker compared to what we saw about 3 hours ago. Um, but overall, we still have storms, and that's what I've been telling you guys over the last 24 hours. I really felt like that's what we were going to be dealing with. Overall, the storms are a little bit weaker than they were, let's say, at 8 or 9 o'clock last night. But we still have respectable storms out there, and there's still that possibility that we could catch a severe thunderstorm warning or even a tornado warning in any of our East Alabama and West Georgia counties. I really do think, though, that by the time this line of storms makes it all the way up into North Georgia, particularly the Helen, Georgia area, it certainly could still be strong. No question about that. Lots of wind, thunder and lightning, heavy rain. But I really think the tornado threat up here in northeast Georgia is much less than what we saw across West Alabama earlier this evening, and even what we're seeing across central Alabama right now. So, yeah, I don't think we're looking at as strong a tornado threat up here in northeast Georgia. Question about the Boeing segments in Coosa County. I would expect to see stronger winds, um, like right there, where you see this line bowing out. That's in Coosa County. I would expect the winds to be stronger there. Maybe a little wind taking place up here too. And that's getting up into southern Talladega County. Then you got some Boeing segments down here. That's back into Watauga County. And then a little bow right there as well. I don't see a tremendous amount of Boeing taking place along that line, but to answer your question, Coosa County, yes, I would expect the wind to be a little bit stronger right there. Folks, it's not going to be different in Sylacauga versus Alexander City versus um, Talladega versus Lineville. This is a solid line that stretches from I-20 all the way down into Talladega, through Sylacauga, down into Coosa, and down into Chilton County. And anywhere along that line, you could have wind gusts of 60, 70 miles per hour, and we could get a quick spin up tornado anywhere along that line. I mean, it's the same for everybody. Kayla, the radio stations are WFAZ, which is 90.9, and WJHO 89.7. Yes, we're not live on radio at the moment. That's because we have no warnings in East Alabama or West Georgia. If we do go under a warning in any of our coverage area counties, then the radio stations will pick us back up. At the moment, all we have is a tornado watch across the area. Well, hello, Lake Harding. Good to have you in here this evening, or this morning, I should say. Jacksonville's in here. There's my buddy Maurice down in Wetumpka. Yeah, your sirens are blaring down there this morning. Let me throw some times at you. This line should be coming through Wetumpka in about 4 minutes from now. So it's right on top of you. Wetumpka about 12:44, Hopeful around 12:47, Titus around 12:53, Central by 12:58, Equality around 103, Rockford at 109, Hyssop around 110, Fish Pond around 113, Our Town around 113, Wind Creek State Park by 116, Kellyton around 120. Alexander City, if the storm holds together, Alexander City by 121, Goodwater around 127, and Hackneyville by around 130. That's if the storm holds together. That's a long way out, so we're going to kind of watch this and see how it progresses as it moves to the northeast. And that is a tornado warning for pretty much Lowndes County is out of it now. It is canceled for Lowndes County. It's a tornado warning that remains in effect until 1 a.m. And that's going to be for east central Autauga County, Elmore in northwestern Montgomery County. A severe squall line capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line damaging winds located along a line extending from Booth, Alabama to near Millbrook to Montgomery continues to move off to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So they're basically warning for this entire area here. You see the arrow that is pointed north, and then you see these little wings that come off of that arrow. That's telling you the area of the storm that it's warning for, and that is a pretty good, nasty-looking bow hook right there. It's not really a bow echo, but if we draw that line, well, folks, on my end, this is all backwards. And I have to remember which monitor to look at when I'm drawing this stuff, or it's not going to line up with what you're looking at. So basically what they're warning for is this area right in here. And it is moving in that general direction. We've got definitely have some rotation going on in here. And this entire area is probably more straight line wind than anything else. But, you know, again, I keep saying this. I know you guys get tired of hearing me say it, but damaging straight line winds of 60 to 70, maybe even 80 miles per hour is just as dangerous as a small tornado. And all of that's moving off to the northeast. So we're really going to have to watch this if you're up here in southern Coosa, southwest Tallapoosa, maybe even eventually up here in Alexander City. We got to watch this. Okay, let's see here. We have a tornado warning continuing again for Autauga, Elmore, and Montgomery until 1 a.m. We have a severe thunderstorm warning with a possible tornado now being issued for St. Clair County until 1 a.m. And that is going to be for this storm, which is going to be north of I-20, just north of Raglan. And that is headed toward Rainbow City. So let me give you some times on this one. Now, this is a little bit out of our coverage area. This is going more up toward Gadsden. But we're looking at arrival in Southside around 12:55, Rainbow City around 12:56, Gadsden about 1 a.m., Glencoe about 1, Hoax Bluff about 1:05, Leesburg around 1:20, Center around 1:21, Sand Rock around 1:23, Cedar Bluff around 1:28, and Galesville around 1:33. That is for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado just north of Raglan, moving to the northeast. Let me kind of put this in motion for you so you can get a general idea of the direction this stuff is moving. And you can see that this storm down here in Elmore County near Wetumpka, you can actually see it when we watch the swirling as this gets into Elmore and Autauga County right there. That's pretty impressive. And I would expect to see some damaging winds along that line. And of course, you can see that every bit of this is rotating toward East Alabama. Slow it down just a bit, and you can see, I mean, even looking at the reflectivity product, you can see that swirling that's taking place there just as it started coming into, just as it crossed over the Alabama River into southeastern Autauga and over downtown Montgomery. That thing really, and that's when they issued the tornado warning, it really ramped up. And that is current right there. Cool beans, Russ. That's a good thing. I'm glad you did that. I've actually been through that several times over the years, over many years. Marietta, Georgia. I frequent Marietta. I have to go by the Marietta Diner every time I'm down there, though. Picking up a bit in the Auburn Opelika area. Yeah, that's this stuff coming up out of, what is that, Russell County. You've got some heavier showers coming your way, but that's not severe. The severe stuff has been confined to this line of storms that's moving through central Alabama, moving into East Alabama at this hour. The stuff we've got to be concerned about. Let's see if I can get it to. All right, so the stuff we've got to be concerned about is along and just to the left of this line that I'm drawing on the map. And all of this is moving off to the northeast. National Weather Service, Birmingham continues the tornado warning for Autauga, Elmore, Montgomery until 1 a.m. this morning. At 12:48, a severe squall line capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage was located along a line extending from near Deatsville to near Wetumpka to Montgomery, moving northeast at around 50 miles per hour. So, Maurice, let us know what you're seeing down there in Wetumpka. All right, we got the whatabouts in here again. What about Sylacauga? What about Cleburne County? What about Anniston? You're all in East Alabama. You're all on the right side of this line of severe storms, and this line of storms is going to move through your area within the next hour, hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. You're going to have gusty winds. You're going to have the potential for quick spin up tornadoes, damaging straight line winds of 40 to 60 miles per hour. Heavy rainfall, thunder, and lightning as this storm moves through. Though I will say, having said all of that, the lightning output is not quite as significant as it has been earlier this evening, and that's another indication that this line of storms may be not quite as significant as it was earlier this evening. Really, the only lightning, the only lightning that we're seeing right now is going to be from Montgomery and to the south, down toward Troy and back toward Greenville. If you'll notice, from Montgomery north, we're not seeing a tremendous amount of lightning output. We may have a few strikes in there, but they're not very strong because they're not even showing up on radar. All the little empty spots in the red. I don't see any empty spots. Are you talking about these green spots that are scattered throughout the radar? That's just lighter precipitation. The green is light precipitation. The yellow is moderate. The red, in most cases, is heavy precipitation. And then the dark red is very heavy precipitation. And if you look real close, and I'll zoom in to show you what I'm talking about. For instance, right there along Highway 22 southwest of Kelly's Crossroads in Coosa County, that's very heavy rainfall, or could possibly be some really small hail, the pink shaded colors. Will it be a tornado in Roanoke? I have no idea. I can only tell you that the potential is there. That's why you're under a tornado watch. Conditions are favorable for the formation of a few tornadoes across East Alabama. No way of knowing for sure if it's going to happen. I wish I could tell you that. Yes, after the line passes, you're good to go to bed. Up on the ridge. Well, we're warning for the entire line, and it's down in Elmore County, pretty close to Wetumpka. And let's see if we can get you some updated bear with me. All right, so the storm is down around Wetumpka. It's moving in that general direction. So we're looking at, it's very close to Hopeville right now. That's in Elmore County. We'll be around central Alabama at around 104, Eclectic around 105, Equality around 109. Kalijah on Lake Martin at around 114. Wind Creek State Park at around 122. Alexander City around 128. If it holds together, Dadeville around 130. Jackson's Gap around 130. New Site around 142. Budston at around 143. And Goldville around 144. If the storm holds together. Well, Franklin's asking a question about what time it'll move through Heard County, and this is a slow-moving system. It came through West Alabama relatively fast, but it seems to have slowed down a little bit. Though we're pretty much on time, I've been saying the last couple of days leading up to this that the best window of opportunity for East Alabama and West Georgia would be between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m., being 2 a.m. Eastern and 5 a.m. Eastern. So I think we're pretty much right on track. Probably looking at least an hour and a half before that line would make it into Franklin, Georgia. We're looking right now, the line is right there along that stair step between Talladega and Clay County. So the main line is in Talladega County now, about to move into western Clay. Nothing severe along that portion of the line right now. The only severe we have out there at the moment is that storm down there in Wetumpka that's moving up to the northeast. Yeah, if it holds together long enough to make it up into Rome, the line is probably about the same distance away from you as it is Franklin, probably an hour and a half to 2 hours. You got to understand, if we zoom out, you can see it. There's Rome. You've got some heavy rain moving in up there now, but the heaviest part of that line is still back over near Gadsden, Alabama. So the line is moving east. It's moving from left to right. So, yeah, probably maybe an hour and 15 minutes. The main line should start to move into Rome. And just as soon as that line passes your location, you're good to go. For instance, the entire city of Birmingham, Jefferson County, you're in the clear. Tuscaloosa is in the clear. Most of Shelby County is in the clear. Most of Chilton County is in the clear, especially on the western side. You folks down there in Autauga County, yeah, let's get that yellow out of there first. But the heaviest part of that line has already cleared Autauga County. And so up here in central and east Alabama, the only warning we have right now is going to be this tornado warning down here in Elmore County. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Well, you know, I try to put myself in other folks' shoes and understand that, you know, those of us who are, and I'll put you in this club with me, Matt, those of us who are weather geeks, this is all second nature to us. But folks who do not watch the weather very closely, I understand the confusion. So I try my best to have patience. It takes a lot of coffee to do it. But hey, the idea here is to help keep everybody safe and save lives. So there really there are no questions that should not be answered, and I'm here to answer those. You know, I may get once we get into life-saving severe weather coverage. I mean, folks, don't think I'm ignoring you, but I'm not going to answer the what about questions when I've got a tornado affecting one of my coverage counties. I'm just not going to, because I can assure you that if you have something to worry about in your town and in your county, I'm going to be telling you about it. If I'm not talking about your community, that means there's nothing going on in your community that you need to be concerned about. If I start calling the name of your town, then you need to be concerned. But if I'm talking about something like right now, we're focusing on Elmore County. We're watching this storm down here around Wetumpka. That is the only severe storm we have in the area right now, life-threatening storm, potentially life-threatening storm. Let me say that. I'm not saying it is, I'm saying it potentially could be. So while we're focusing on this, if something pops up here in Randolph County or something pops up here in Clay County, then I'll start talking about it. But if I'm not mentioning it, that means there's absolutely nothing to worry about up there. Yes, I'll see if I can find you some estimated wind speeds for Marietta, but I can tell you right now that all across East Alabama, West Georgia, even up into Marietta, the winds that you're experiencing right now have nothing to do with thunderstorms. Those are pressure gradient winds. Have been going on all afternoon long, and 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gust is what you're looking at. I mean, that's widespread all across Alabama and Georgia. Thank you, Jenny. Yes, NOAA weather radios can be bought from multiple locations. You can get them at any department store. You know that that big department store everybody goes to. You can get them there. You can get them at any electronics store. You can order them online. Amazon has them. They're readily available at a lot of different locations. Just make sure you get one that is people ask me which kind because there are several manufacturers that make them. As long as they're a relatively new brand, they're going to work just fine. I use Midland, which is the leader in weather radios, and that's what I have. And they make a unit that's about $35, I think. You can put a battery in the bottom of it, and it's the best $35 you'll ever spend. And you really need to get one. Everybody does. Yeah, that I'm not going to say the name of the store, but Mike just did. So that place. I'm sure you could fly a kite outside right now. Well, I don't know. It may tear the kite all to pieces. Don't know, Todd. It has already weakened. I mean, we're not looking at nearly as strong of a system as we were a couple of hours ago. So, yes, the line has already weakened. I think we just lost that tornado warning. Let's see here. Bear with me. I want to try to confirm that because I do not see a cancellation from Birmingham. But it has dropped off of the radar. So maybe it expired. Yes, it did expire. It was set to expire at 1 a.m. So that's good news. They have allowed that warning down here in Elmore County to expire, and they did not reissue it. So that's good news. So as of right now, we have no warnings across central Alabama or East Alabama or Northeast Alabama or West Georgia. The only warning associated with this line of thunderstorms in the southeastern United States is going to be down here northeast of Pensacola. We have twin tornado warnings down here. Wow, look at that, would you? Right there along I-10, just to the east of Milton, Florida. We have viewers down here in Crestview, Florida. Heads up for Defuniak Springs also. These storms are moving off to the east, northeast, and that thing is sitting right on top of I-10 between Milton and Crestview down here in Florida. And it looks like we have twin vortex going on here, meaning that we actually have two tornadoes, possibly two areas of rotation, one directly on top of I-10 and the other one just a little bit north of I-10, and they're running in unison with one another. They're almost parallel up toward Crestview, Florida. But back to the state of Alabama, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning down here south of Montgomery for that entire line, all the way down to around Andalusia. But then north of that, no warnings. And that's a good indication that we are indeed watching this line weaken as it moves into East Alabama. Tornado watch is in effect and will continue in effect until this line moves through your area. But at the moment, we have no warnings. Prattville, my hometown. Thanks, Michaela. I appreciate that. You know, this line is doing exactly what we thought it was going to do. It is, at least it's showing signs of doing exactly what we thought it was going to do. It's still going to be stormy, folks. Don't take me wrong. You're still going to know it when this line of storms moves through your area, and there is still the possibility that we could see segments along this line of storms tick back up from time to time. But I think we're in the weakening mode now. And you can clearly see that all of the lightning output is from Wetumpka south, and we have no warnings north of about Fort Deposit. All the warnings are down in South Alabama and Northwest Florida. And that's a vast improvement over what we have been looking at for the last 4 hours or so across West Alabama and Central Alabama. Getting windy in Alexander City. Rain picking up in Rome, Georgia. Folks, if you know anybody that lives down there around Crestview, Florida, call them, wake them up, ring them up, make sure they know what's going on down there. That's a bad situation. I think the WR120B is what I've got, Todd. I'm about to take a quick break. I'll double check that and make sure, but I believe that's the one I've got. I don't think I've got the 400. I think the 400 is the one that's got the AM FM radio built into it. I believe they're both the same radio, NOAA weather radio. It's just that one has an AM FM radio built into it, I believe is the difference. Rotation in Coosa County, no. I do not see rotation in Coosa County. I don't see any indication of by radar that we have any rotation in Coosa County. Let me just look at a couple of products here right quick to confirm that. But just looking at the reflectivity, I don't see anything. I mean, there could be some broad rotation right there north of Rockford, just south of Hanover. Right there along 231, but I don't see anything. Maybe there's some rotation there. We may have a little more rotation down here to the northwest of Hyssop. Folks, understand all thunderstorms rotate, or they wouldn't be a thunderstorm. The the see on that last volume scan that possible rotation there went away. Maybe a little bit right there around Hanover. But the telltale sign is whether or not we have rotation in the lower levels, and I don't see it. There is rotation aloft, but that is normal. That's very typical. So to answer your question about Coosa, I don't see anything of concern as far as rotation. Now there appears to be a little bowing going on. Um, Again, I've got to remember to look at the other monitor. All right, so we do have a little bowing taking place right there north of Hyssop. That would be just to the east of 231. Every time you hear that chirp in the background, that means the word tornado has been posted in the National Weather Service chat room. So it doesn't mean it's a tornado warning. It just means that that word has been posted. So if I'm talking and I abruptly stop, I'm looking to see what that was. And those were just some reports coming in of some damage. This is going to be damage sustained to a home in Shelby County at midnight. There was a home over there that had its roof removed. Also, reports coming out of Bibb County of downed trees, and one manufactured home overturned near Booth Lane. And there was an injury, and that was during a confirmed tornado. Again, that was in Bibb County. But anyway, back to the radar and what we're talking about. Maybe some wind there. Could be looking at a little wind right there also as it moves across 280. And then a little bowing segment down here that could be causing some increased winds too. You know, I would estimate those winds and some of the stronger bows right there. You could be looking at some wind gust 45, 50 miles per hour. But overall, I think we're talking probably 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gust in this stuff coming into Coosa County. And while we're waiting on the radar to load, you can see there that severe thunderstorm watch up there northwest Georgia. And then the counties inside those yellow lines, that's the tornado watch. Then we have that severe thunderstorm warning down here in South Alabama from just south of Montgomery down to around Opp. And then, wow, we now have 3 tornado warnings down here in northwest Florida. For a thunderstorm cell just northeast of Pensacola, for one just south west of Crestview, and then another one there just north of Milton. A lot happening down there in Florida at this hour. And we've got radar indication of a little mezzo taking place. That is upper level rotation, and that is in Elmore County. That's just to the east of Wetumpka now, southwest of Bama Park. That's up at about 3 to 4,000 feet in the atmosphere. So again, that's common. Maybe some hail down here in this line of storms, too, coming through East Montgomery. But you can see up here in East Alabama and West Georgia just some light to moderate rain showers. The line of heavier weather is still slowly crossing over the Talladega-Clay County line. So that weather is moving in. It's already moved through Sylacauga, and it's moving into southwest Clay and stretching down just east of Rockford there along 231. And then it picks up again just south of Dadeville. And then stretches down to around Bama Park and all the way down into East Montgomery. Lots of lightning taking place at McKenzie. It's down there in Butler County and Conecuh counties down in southwest Alabama. No question about that. It's rough down there. Yeah, Clay County's fine right now. The leading edge of the heaviest weather is slowly moving into Clay County out of Talladega. But no warnings from the National Weather Service at all. And every moment that goes by and we do not receive any warnings, the more good news that is, because if it was going to, I think the longer we go without a warning, the better off we're going to be, because I just don't see anything that's going to fire this stuff back up. I'm just looking at the wind profiles through that section of the storm that's coming into Clay. And let me just. Yeah, we're seeing some 23, 24, 25, 27 mile per hour winds going away from the radar, and we're getting some 12 miles per hour coming toward the radar. So, you may be looking at 20 to 30 mile per hour wind gust with that line that's coming into southwest Clay at the moment. And then as we get down here into Coosa County, I saw 26. Oh, look at that. We got a 30 right there. That's just north of Hyssop. And that's going to be that area I was just talking about, where we've got a little bowing taking place right there. That's right in this general area, and that's going to move off to the northeast, but the line itself is moving east. So as long as that bow hangs out right in that area there, it could move right over Alexander City. Again, we're not looking at anything tornadic, or it's not even severe at the moment. But maybe some of the stronger winds along this line in Coosa about to move into the Alexander City area as this line moves off to the east. Okay, folks, I am going to take a quick break. I'm going to leave the feed up because we're wall to wall now until we get this out of here. I'm going to take a quick break and refill the coffee cup. Now my computer's doing strange things. All right, so while I'm on break, if you would like to help us out, I'm about to post a link. If you're on Facebook, you can click that link I just posted, and you can send us stars here, Dr. Don's Weather. There's also a button at the bottom of all of our videos now that you can hit if you'd like to send us some stars. Or if you're on YouTube, or if you don't want to do the stars thing and you're on Facebook, then just simply go to drdonwx.com. That's our home on the World Wide Web. And there's a donate button in the upper right-hand corner of the home page there where you can support us. It's all quick, fast, it's secure, and we appreciate anything you can do to help us out to keep us going here at Dr. Don's Weather. Yeah, lightning output is picking up a little bit now back over in Elmore County on that storm that's moving through, though they just released Elmore County from the tornado watch. They just released Coosa County, and they just released Talladega. So Talladega County, Coosa County, Elmore County, Montgomery, Autauga, Lowndes, all of you guys are in the clear now. There's no longer a threat of severe weather, and you can go to bed. If you're in Calhoun, Cleburne, Clay, Randolph, Tallapoosa, Chambers, Lee, Harris, Troop, Hurd, Carroll, you continue under the tornado watch, and you should remain alert until this line of thunderstorms completely moves through your area. Okay, y'all bear with me just for a second. I'm going to close the radar and bring it back up. I'm beginning to get some mighty big lightning strikes out in front of this line now, back over into Lee County, over there on the west side of Lee County, Lochapoka, Notasulga, Auburn proper, probably seeing some pretty good lightning taking place there. Let's see. What the cameras look like in Auburn. Definitely got some wind down there. Definitely got some rain in Auburn. I can't tell you exactly what time, JD, but you'll be in the clear as soon as this line clears your area, and it's beginning to move into western Tallapoosa County as we speak. So I would expect another 30 minutes, and the Alexander City area will probably be in the clear. I'm not sure the entire county will be, but I think Alexander City will be in the clear in about 30 minutes. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate you guys staying up with me tonight. Miss Linda over there in Lineville, Alabama. Check the power outages right quick in Alabama. That is Tallapoosa Rural Electric outages. They're not showing much. And let's see. There's Alabama Power. You could see some scattered power outages over there in central and west Alabama. And we do have some scattered power outages all over the state. I'm just checking Alabama Power, for instance, in Randolph County is showing 85 customers without power. St. Clair County showing 784. Calhoun has 415 out of power. Talladega County has 483. Cleburne has 17. Clay County showing 1. But I think most of Clay County is Tallapoosa Rural Electric anyway. Look at Shelby County. Shelby County's got 4,396 power outages reported at this hour. That's a lot. So yeah, and the majority of that happened before the line of storms even moved through. It's just been one of those days. All right, so I'm going back to the radar, and we're going to leave that shot up for you, and I'm going to step aside for just a few minutes to refill the coffee cup, and I'll be right back with you as our severe weather coverage for East Alabama and West Georgia continues on Dr. Don's Weather. Currently, we have a tornado watch that officially is in effect until about 7 a.m. This morning, though it'll be canceled way before that time. Currently, we have no severe weather warnings across East Alabama or West Georgia, but we're just now getting this line in the area, so we're going to watch it for you, and I'll be right back as we continue with our coverage here on Dr. Don's Weather. Stay with us. right, folks, good morning to you. Dr. Don back in here with you. We continue our long-form coverage this morning of possible severe weather across East Alabama and West Georgia. It is coming up on 1:37 a.m. Central, 2:37 a.m. Eastern over here in Georgia, where I am. It is March 31, 2022, and I was just answering some emails, some messenger messages, and looking and reading some stuff from the National Weather Service. And so the Storm Prediction Center has just released a little information for us, and the reason they are continuing the tornado watch is going to be for this line of storms that is continuing to move across East Alabama, and I'm going to outline where the leading edge of the main line is located at this hour. And you'll see those red areas just to the, if you're watching us on social media, the red line there just to the left of that white line that I just put up there on the screen. That's the main line of thunderstorms as it slowly moves through East Alabama. And the reason that they're continuing the tornado watch is because we have a low-level jet that's right across central Alabama. In the upper levels of the atmosphere, we have winds running at anywhere from 80 to 110 miles per hour. And so as this continues to move across central Alabama, some of that wind could mix to the ground. It could cause some segments of this line to go into rotation, and so that's why they're holding on to the tornado watch for a couple of more hours across the region. The trend here has been somewhat weakening, and we have not had a tornado warning now for quite some time. So those are all indications that it is weakening, but with the wind profile the way it is in the upper levels of the atmosphere, the Storm Prediction Center felt like, and the National Weather Service concurred with them, it's best to leave that tornado watch in place because we could have at any moment, any of these storms along this line could go into rotation, and we could get some more severe weather out of this thing. So it's not happening at the moment, and it hasn't happened now for a few minutes, but it is certainly possible that it could. A couple of the areas along this line that I'm particularly interested in watching, and one of those areas is going to be right here. We may have some hail taking place right there, and that's going to be in southern Tallapoosa County, north of Tallahassee, up there around Reeltown. That's a pretty strong segment coming through the Reeltown area of Tallapoosa County. And then anywhere along this line where you see these little bowing segments, let's just see, I'll point out a few of them. There's one there, one there, one there, bow there, especially here right around Reeltown, and then even on down here to the south, and even into just north of Tallahassee there, where that line's coming through. So where we see these little breaks in the convection along this line is where you would expect to see the heaviest wind, and where you could possibly get a small sped-up tornado if any of those segments were to intensify quickly. So for those reasons, they decided to leave the tornado watch in place. So most of the lightning output at this hour is down here around this portion of the storm in Tallapoosa County. Let's go in closer there. And let's look at that a little closer. Actually, it's just north of Reeltown. It's where the heaviest convection picks up, back up to around Stillwater's, just to the east of Bama Park, right there where 50 and 49 intersect. maybe just a little bit north of the intersection of 50 and 49. That's probably some small hail falling right there. And that is up Highway 49 north of Reeltown. If you have lightning strikes in Roanoke at the moment, they are very weak. Most likely, you are seeing this stuff down here in southern Chambers County and then back over in southern Tallapoosa. And yes, you can see and hear thunder and lightning that far away, especially when you have a low cloud deck like we have out there this morning. I'm not showing any radar strikes there in and around Roanoke. Not saying it isn't happening, but if it is, they are very light strikes. I'm going to check a couple of other. Yeah, I've checked 3 different places, and all of the lightning that's showing up right now is down around Lafayette, back over toward Dadeville, just south of Camp Hill, just north of Tallahassee. A lot of lightning output between Tallahassee and Camp Hill. Also, a few strikes down there around Waverly, around the Auburn-Opelika area, back up around Casita. That seems to be where most of the lightning output is at the moment. Put this thing in motion over the course of the last hour or so. You can kind of see the progression as it moves off to the northeast. Beginning to see a little increase or uptick in the intensity with these segments coming through Clay County. Let's go up here to Clay County and zoom in. They're just west of Ashland. Maybe a little small hail there. And then right along the Tallapoosa-Clay County line to the southwest of the mountain community. A little bit there as well. No, Lynette Valley is not in the clear. The line has not moved through your area yet. And I do not see a thunderstorm over Lafayette. I see some heavy rain over Lafayette, but the main line still off to your west back over in Tallapoosa County. So, and then as we look down there below 280 to the south of Dadeville, most likely have some hail occurring there. Now this is a little bit displaced. It should be right up here. This product is a little bit behind, but it is indicating maybe some half-inch hail down here along 50 or maybe just a little bit north of 50 now. That would be marble to mothball size hail down here south of Dadeville. And that's the only hail markers we have showing up right now. So if you're over in southwestern Chambers County, heads up, you most likely have some hail headed your way. Anywhere along Highway 50 from Lafayette down to Camp Hill, all of this stuff over here in Tallapoosa County is going to come right up Highway 50. Um, yeah, mountain community, I'll buy that proposition. I think when this segment gets completely cleared, Mel, you may have one more little bitty thin line just behind it. That stuff that stretches from north of Ashland, um, just to west of Ashland, and stretches down into southern parts of Clay County. Once that gets through the mountain community, I think you'll be good to go to bed. Probably give it another 15 to 20 minutes. I think you'll be fine. The green triangles, let me find one for you right there. That's a hail marker. That's telling us it's a little displaced. It should be back over here now. But that's a hail detection marker. That's the algorithm of the radar program that we use telling us that there is an 80% chance that we have hail in this storm, and there's a 40% chance that that hail is of severe size, which is 1 inch in diameter. But instead of being over here on 50, it's actually over here east of 49 now. But that's what the green triangle is. Question about what I think it's going to be doing over toward Kia Motors over in West Point. It all depends, if it doesn't weaken any before it gets there, then I think you're going to probably get this segment that's coming through southern or southeastern Tallapoosa County that's containing some possible hail. But if it weakens before it gets there, then you may not get that. You're definitely going to get rain. You got that now. And some gusty, windy conditions. But this stuff that has the lightning in it down around Camp Hill, Alabama, stretching all the way back down to around Tallahassee, will continue moving off to the east-northeast and probably will end up moving right through central Chambers County and maybe end up going right through West Point and LaGrange within the next hour or so. But we are noticing an overall general weakening of these thunderstorms, even though from time to time we see different segments within the line of storms tick back up a little bit. Overall, we're looking at a weakening system here, I believe. I'm just looking at some of the damage reports coming in from the National Weather Service, and just a lot of trees down. One report here of 2 barns that were destroyed, and another building was destroyed. Vehicles were also damaged. That was over in Pickens County, Alabama. We know about the one mobile home that was blown over in Shelby County. We have one injury there. Here's a damage report near Chelsea in Shelby County during a confirmed tornado. And that was damage to a home, had its roof removed. So as of 1:49 a.m. Central, we've had 47 reports across the state of Alabama within the National Weather Service Office Birmingham reporting area. We've had 47 reports of damage, whether that be trees, most of it is trees, but some structural damage as well. Amanda, I have not seen any reports of any roads closed over in Chelsea. I mean, there certainly could be, but I haven't seen that reported. And this chat room that I'm in with the National Weather Service, that chat room is specifically for emergency managers and media, and of course the National Weather Service. And typically when we have road closures, the media will report that in this chat room. And I haven't seen that. There certainly could be, but I don't think it's going to be widespread at this point. Those winds are probably, well, let's see if we can pick up on it. Now, this is not exact, but this gives you a good idea. We're probably looking at 30. We're probably looking at 30 to 35, maybe 40 mile per hour sustained winds when this line comes through out there on Highway 50. Now, this is a radar depiction of winds going away and toward the radar site, which is pretty close most of the time. If we've got anybody in the room that's in Dadeville, they can kind of give us an idea of what the line was like when it moved through Dadeville. That would help us all tremendously. But I would say I'm going to guesstimate here that we're looking at 30 to 35 most likely. Could possibly see a few 40-mile-an-hour gusts. And looking at that entire line, I think the absolute best possibility here for some straight line winds is going to be in that Boeing segment that's crossing Highway 50 down there near Camp Hill right now. William, what the line has already moved through Dadeville. What was it like when it moved through? I mean, did you have gusty winds, 25, 30, 40 miles per hour, or just, or were they less than that? I mean, we're looking up in the atmosphere, so we just kind of need an idea of what it was like on the ground when it moved through. Heavy rain in Dadeville. Okay. Yeah, Roanoke, you got a small cell sitting right on top of you. It's moving off pretty quick. That main line is still back over in Clay County now. It is east of Ashland now. It's right on top of Lineville. It's about to move into Delta. So that rain that you're getting over there in Randolph County is not the main line. It's still back over in Clay. So you've still got that to go. Even though it doesn't look as significant as it has earlier this evening. And of this entire line, I'll zoom back out so you can see the big picture of this entire line now. There's no question what is going through Camp Hill is the strongest at the moment. Gusty winds kicking up there in Wadley. Chance is watching us in Wadley, and he says the rain and wind's picking up a little bit there. I can pretty much tell you if you're in if you're in Alexander City, give it another 5 or 10 minutes, and then you're going to be safe to go to bed. Same thing over here in southwest Clay County. Ashland, give it another 10, 15 minutes. You're going to be good. Lineville, the line's right on top of you right now, so give it about another 15 or 20 minutes, and you'll be good. Dadeville, the heaviest part of the line has already cleared Dadeville, but you still have a little weather off to your west, back up to the northwest toward Ellick City. So give it about another 15 or 20, and you're going to be good there as well. And I would pretty much say Elmore County. We got some stuff down here in Montgomery that's going to come up into Elmore County, but I really think the severe threat has diminished greatly there in Elmore County. I mean, you've been released from the tornado watch, so I think you're okay. Everybody else, if you're to the right of this line of thunderstorms, um, hang in there. We've got to get this thing through here before it's really safe for you to go to bed. Paula's watching us in, let's see, 5 points. Paula's watching us in 5 points. Yeah. Um, the main line probably another 30 to 45 minutes before it clears the 5 points area. Chad's watching us in Pennon with one eye open. How far is the line from Wadley? About probably 20 minutes away, 15 to 20. Yeah, Ashland, I think you're okay. And the main line is already past Ashland, so even though you're officially still under the tornado watch, they have not canceled Clay County yet, and they won't until the line completely gets out of Clay County. And it's over there on the eastern side of Clay, about to move into Randolph now. So I think Ashland's okay. Lineville, hang on for just a few more minutes. Let's let this get a little bit further to the east. Pat, that main line is still back over in Clay County. Has not cleared Roanoke yet, so you're not in the clear just yet. April is describing some pretty significant wind in 5 points. Now, I'm telling you, it's been windy all afternoon long, but the culmination of the wind is going to happen when this line passes through. It's not going to happen everywhere. But different segments along this line of thunderstorms going to dump some pretty good wind on you as it moves through. Where you see the darker reds, that's where we would anticipate the heavier winds. And it's going to continue to be windy after the line moves through, but the highest wind gust should occur as this line of storms is moving through your area. We are seeing signs that this thing is weakening. I mean, very little lightning output now. We did have some pretty good lightning with that segment down here around Camp Hill. But just in the last 5 minutes, we've seen the lightning dissipate. I mean, that frame that you're looking at now, which is from, my goodness, Jacksonville all the way to south of Montgomery, we're showing 0 lightning strikes. Lafayette, probably about 20 minutes. Beauregard, probably 30 to 45 minutes before the main line gets to you. Hickory Flats, Bacon Level, probably about 30 minutes before the line moves through there. Horseshoe Bend, line should be moving through the Horseshoe Bend area as we speak. Woodland, about 30 to 45 minutes. Right on top of Delta right now. Highest wind gust, probably 35. Sure, we can show Villa Rica. Villa Rica's right there, so you've got the heavier rains are just south of you. All of this is moving to the northeast, so these heavier showers you see down here in Carroll County over Carrollton, all of that's going to rotate up over Villa Rica, and then the stuff you see back in Alabama eventually will too. But here's the good news, folks. We have nothing severe out there at the moment, and we have not had a severe warning of any kind. Probably now it's been close to an hour since we lost our last severe thunderstorm warning and our last tornado warning. And that was down here in Elmore County. We haven't had anything across East Alabama or West Georgia. So this is all very good news for East Alabama and West Georgia. But we cannot completely let our guard down until we get that line of storms through your community. And it is crossing into Randolph County now out of Clay. Up here in Cleburne County, it's already moved through the Anniston, Oxford area. It has just cleared Mount Cheahaw. It is pretty much lined up right along Highway 431 from I-20 back down through Cleburne County, and then right down the Randolph County, Clay County line. So rain should be intensifying now up there on Lake Wedowee. Then once it gets into Tallapoosa County, it kind of bows out a little bit and comes right down the Chambers County, Tallapoosa County line. Still pretty heavy down here around Camp Hill or just to the east of Camp Hill. And then it curves back to the southwest into southern Tallapoosa County to just north of Tuskegee. Then the line really gets kind of noisy down here south of Montgomery. It's not very well defined. And then we'll follow that line on down just west of Troy. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning down here in South Alabama for places like Andalusia. And then into northwest Florida. Severe thunderstorm warnings down there for multiple locations from just east of Pensacola all the way over to about Seagrove Beach or Seaside. But this is encouraging also. We have had tornado warnings down here in Florida up until about 30 minutes ago, and now we're just seeing severe thunderstorm warnings down here. So that's even more of an indication that this line of storms is indeed doing exactly what it was forecast to do, and that is weaken as it moves into East Alabama and West Georgia. However, our easternmost counties in Alabama and our westernmost counties in Georgia are officially under a tornado watch. So anytime we have a tornado watch with a line of thunderstorms moving through, you got to stay weather aware until it's completely over with. All right, so Michelle is confirming that it is in the Delta area now. On County Road 88, very heavy rainfall. If this weakening trend continues, I'm not sure Helen, Georgia sees much of anything other than some rain and maybe some gusty winds. But I don't think we're going to see. I don't think we're going to see any severe weather in Helen. The loudest thing in Roanoke right now is the train. I hear you. I miss that. I know you folks who still live there think I've lost my mind, but I miss hearing that train come through Roanoke. Wind has picked up in Micaville. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate your kind words. No, I'm not picking up any rotation around Tallahassee. I'm not seeing anything there. Let me go to the velocity. I mean, there could be some very broad rotation. Would be just to the east of Tallahassee now, but nothing that would be indicative of a tornado. I mean, again, all thunderstorms rotate, or they wouldn't be a thunderstorm. And that's very, very broad right there. Nothing at all that would indicate a tornado. I do have a hail marker down there, 20% chance that there could be some small pea-sized hail down there around Tallahassee. But no, I don't see anything that indicates any rotation of concern. Yeah, Lafayette, the line hadn't got to you yet, so it is pretty calm there. It's still coming up Highway 50, and that's still, even though it's not severe by no means, that's still pretty much the heaviest part of that line that came through Camp Hill, coming right up Highway 50 toward Lafayette. Good stuff, Cindy. Thank you. Per her weather station at 5 points, wind is 7 miles per hour out of the south southeast, 11 mile per hour wind gust in the last 10 minutes. That's going to change when this line moves through 5 points. Still got heavy rain in Camp Hill. Rain and wind picking up now in Swag up in Randolph County. Delta, things should start improving for you up there. The front side of that line is already cleared Delta, so you still got some heavy rain, but that should start easing up here at any moment. We'll point this out for you folks up here in Cleburne County. Beginning to see a little bow segment right there. That from I-20 down through south central Cleburne and down into extreme northwest Randolph. Again, that's not severe, but that certainly could have some 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gust with it. And then again, from Highway 50 all the way down to extreme southwestern Chambers, Randolph County. I'm sorry. I was looking at three different things at the same time. From Highway 48, just west of Wedowee, pretty much right down Highway 33, down to about Southern Union. Maybe some gusty winds there. Again, not severe. I'm just pointing out the areas of this line that at the moment are heavier than other segments of the line. So from just west of Wedowee all the way back down to around Wadley and Southern Union. And then if we go down into Chambers County, really from maybe a little bit south of Pennon. Then back down to just east of Camp Hill. And then we pick the line back up in southeast Tallapoosa County. There's a pretty good bowing right there, and that goes all the way down to I-85. So Auburn, Opelika, you probably got some gusty winds coming at you from the west. Again, we're talking about 25 to 35 mile per hour gust maybe. Up here in Chambers County, maybe 20 to 30 mile per hour wind gust. I would think probably about the same up in Randolph County. Probably in the order of 25 to 30 mile per hour gust there as well. Maybe a little bit more up here in Cleburne County. Folks in Ranburne, the leading edge of this is coming to you, and it's bowing out a little bit as it's getting closer to Ranburne. We'll look at Kayla. She just confirmed my the last comment that I just made. She said strong winds and heavy rain on 78 in Heflin, right above I-20. So that's right up here in this area. And actually that bow, which is from I-20 south, looks a little more intense than what Kayla's seeing up here in Heflin. But again, confirming what we're talking about here, that there is some wind involved with this line of storms as it's moving through. Emily's reporting some heavy wind in Woodland. Angela's reporting heavy rain in West Chambers. Kimberly's reporting heavy rain in Roanoke now. Strong winds around Rockstand, Broughton area. Dana is reporting heavy rain and gusty winds in Budston. Ashley's reporting heavy rain on Highway 22, the outskirts of Wadley. That's out in the burbs. Wind isn't too bad. But she is reporting heavy rain. John's reporting rain and some wind in Corinth. Strong winds and really heavy rain on Highway 33. That's from Susie. Erica is reporting that Alexander City is finally calm. Yeah, and I want to tell you to go to bed. And I'm pretty sure you're okay, but look back over here in Coosa County. We got a little flare up there. Though the absolute best chance, if we were going to see any severe weather in Alexander City, would have been along that line when it moved through, and that didn't happen. It's going to be your call. If you just cannot make it another 30 minutes, then go to bed. But if you want to be the absolute safest, hang on and let's get that last little line right there that's coming through Coosa County through Alexander City. Shouldn't last long at all. Heavy rain and wind now in Heflin, Edwardsville. That's from Jennifer. Erica says she's staying up. There you go. Atta girl. That's the way to be safe. The line has not moved through Villarica just yet. Settling down in Ophelia. Yeah, the line should be clearing West Randolph now. Thunder reported over in Franklin. We're showing the most significant lightning down around LaGrange, which you certainly could see that from Franklin. Thank you, Kimberly. I'm going to vote for the last part of that comment myself. I hope I live forever also. Oh, y'all make me smile. Thank you, Kimberly. I greatly appreciate that. Reports of thunder in Valley in the Langdale area. Heavy rain in Wedowee. CJ Pinkert is reporting. High winds and raining like crazy in Newell. Thank you, Deborah. Oh no, dentist appointment in the morning. I'm sorry. And the thunder rolls in LaGrange, Georgia. Thank you, Amber. Yeah, there are going to be some sleepy folks on the job tomorrow for sure. I've been impressed with how many of you have hung in there with me all night tonight. Jenny says it's just picked up in the Bowden area, very heavy rainfall. Thunder and lightning in Lynette. Thank you, Molly. I appreciate that. But you guys are too kind. I do this because it's my passion. I've done it my entire career, and I'm thankful to God for giving me the gift to be able to do this, and the technology to be able to do this. I did this for years on radio across East Alabama and West Georgia. And then life took me in a different direction, but modern technology is such now that I can go back and do something that I really, really love doing, and that's providing you guys with factual weather information instead of trying to scare you half to death and We're not here to get click-throughs. We're here to give you the information as it is and be factual with it, and that's what we do. Can Wadley go to bed now? What do y'all think? Y'all want to let Wadley go to bed? Y'all think we should let Wadley go to bed? You're still under the tornado watch, Wadley. I think it's the main line has moved through Wadley. It's moving into Roanoke now. I think you're safe to go to bed. The only reason I'm a little hesitant is that stuff down there in eastern Coosa is most likely going to come right over Alexander City and end up in southwest Randolph, but it is not severe. And again, if there was going to be severe weather, it would have been along that main line. I'm trying to talk myself into telling you yes. Yeah, and I'm 95% sure you're okay to go to bed, Wadley. We do have a special weather statement that was just issued. Up here in Cleburne County. Strong thunderstorm will impact portions of eastern Cleburne County through 2:45 a.m. this morning. At 2:21 a.m., Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Abernathy, or 7 miles east of Heflin, moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. So that is a special weather statement for Cleburne County. This is really turning into more of a rain event than anything else. I mean, the winds are still gusty. I mean, we've been dealing with that all day long. And, some of this wind is coming from the pressure gradient that we're caught in between low pressure and high pressure. And some of it's actually coming from this heavy rain that's transporting some of the low-level jet winds down to the surface. Thankfully, we have not seen a lot of those winds aloft transported to the ground. Most of the wind we have seen has been from that pressure gradient. But it has definitely been a windy afternoon and windy night across East Alabama and West Georgia. Wedowee, yeah. The line that line kind of broke up into two different pieces across Randolph County, really about three pieces. You got one coming into Roanoke now. You got one just south of Wedowee there about Roxton. And then you have a line just north of Wedowee that's moving off to the east. So the line's kind of breaking up there in Randolph County, and things should continue to improve in Wedowee. Have fun at the beach. Well, thank you, Kim. I like to believe I have. I like to think that, when we go through these events, maybe can help folks understand how all this works and how to deal with it without getting the anxiety level up there too high. I certainly like to think that we're able to do that. Thank you, Nick Potts. Thank you for what you do for the community and hanging out at the fire department just in case. Thanks, Deborah. Love having the company. Kim says the wind is shaking the parked cars. Pat Smith is still with us. Look at Crazy Mary, the mayor of Frog Eye. She says that she's retired. She can sleep anytime. I suspect you pretty much do what you want to do anytime anyway, Miss Mary. The Whitakers are up with us tonight. That's good to see. Nick says that it's been pretty strong, gusty at times up on the hill up there at Station 5. Thank you, Sherry. Sustained 17-mile-per-hour winds at 5 points. Thanks, Cindy. Hunter Hazel still up with us. April says she's waiting on it to pass through 5 points. Yeah, it's pretty much on top of you right now, April, so it won't be long. You'll be good to go to bed. Yeah, Wadley, I'm going to let you go to bed if you must. I think the severe threat is past Wadley now. Well, thank you, Michelle. Michelle says that she's in Meriwether County, and we're the only ones with the weather. You know, and that's the beauty of what we do, because we can do that. Folks, the television stations, I mean, there is nothing severe out there right now. But you still want to know what's going on. I get it. And the television stations in the Birmingham market, the Atlanta market, and even the Columbus market, they can't do this. Because it's a commercial business. Those advertisers that you see on television pay for that airtime, and they just can't do long form weather coverage unless there's actually something serious going on, and then they're only going to do it for their immediate coverage area because they have to appeal to the masses, to the majority. And I know that a lot of folks around East Alabama love some James Spann. I do too. I taught James everything he knows, and he knows that. But seriously, James is a cool dude, and he knows his stuff, and he is very, very good at what he does. But even if Randolph County was in the in the Birmingham television market, folks, odds of him being able to stay with you when the weather gets into Clay and Randolph, as long as it's not, if it's not storming in Birmingham, but you got serious weather in Clay and Randolph, odds of James being able to stay with you during primetime television are 0 to none, and then pretty slim at any other time. I mean, it's dollars and cents. As horrible as that sounds when we're talking about lives, that's just the cold, hard facts of the way things are. Now, if it were up to James Spann, he would stay with it, and probably he feels the same way I do about it. I'll do tornado coverage for Moose Jaw, Alaska, if I think I can save somebody's life, or give them the information so they can save their own life, because we're passionate about what we do. But unfortunately, television is a business. It's just like any restaurant that you go in, any clothing store, any department store you go in. It's a business. They're there for profit, and they just are not going to stay with a rural Alabama county or Georgia county with wall-to-wall long-form coverage when the storms are out in rural counties. It's just not going to happen. So we can do that. Folks over in Coweta County, Glenn Burns is our James Spann over here in Georgia. And Glenn feels the same way. He would love nothing more than to be on the air right now showing you what's going on over in Meriwether and Coweta County and Atlanta Metro, but the business won't allow that, unfortunately. But we can. We can do it. We can do it here on Dr. Don's Weather. And that's what we do. Y'all going to mess around here and make me get off on my soapboxes some more. Clay County, go to bed. Clay County, go to bed. I know you're still under the tornado watch, but you are clear. Clay County can go to bed. Tallapoosa, yeah. Hang on a little bit longer, Tallapoosa. Let's get some of that red out of the county. Dickert back to Wadley and up the western side of Randolph County west of 431. You're good to go. You can go to bed. If you're in Woodland, Graham, Woodland, Big Springs, Omaha, Roanoke, Rock Mills, Weehadkee, Bacon Level, down into Chambers County along 431, not so fast. You guys hang on a little bit longer. If you're over here in West Georgia, the line is just now getting close to the Alabama-Georgia state line, so it'll be moving into Georgia here shortly. It's a very broken line of storms. We have not carried a warning now in well over an hour. So the severe threat has certainly subsided over the last couple of hours or so. We do have a brand new special weather statement just issued by Atlanta, and I'll read this to you. This is going to be for Polk, Douglas, Coweta, Haralson, Bartow, Carroll, Hurd, Paulding, Floyd, South Fulton. Strong thunderstorms will impact portions of Paulding, Haralson, Carroll, Douglas, southeastern Floyd, northern Hurd, Coweta, southwestern Fulton, Polk, and southwestern Bartow counties through 4 a.m. this morning. At 3:33 a.m. Eastern, a line of strong thunderstorms was along a line extending from near I'm sorry, I got to get closer to the computer monitor. I can't read. Etna, as stretching from near Etna to Big Springs and moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. So, looks like maybe Peachtree City is going to issue special weather statements for that leading edge of thunderstorms. So that's what you got right there. Certainly not severe, but a strong line of thunderstorms moving into West Georgia at this hour. Then as we look down to the south, not a whole lot going on down there. No warnings at all until you get down there in extreme southern Alabama, right there along the Florida-Alabama state line to the southwest of Dothan. And we do have a tornado warning now just northeast of Destin, Florida. And it's going to be down there around where 331 crosses the Choctawhatchee Bay there at Freeport. Folks who go down to the beach, that go down through Montgomery, you know where I'm talking about. If you go down to Seaside, Seagrove Beach, that area, Fort Walton, Destin, you most likely go that way. So right there across the bay, we have a possible tornado moving across that area down there. I had folks in Panama City earlier tonight asking about the situation in Panama City. Well, the leading edge of all this stuff just now beginning to clear Fort Walton Beach and headed toward Panama City. So I said it would probably be around daybreak before it made it to Panama City, and I think that's going to be pretty close. I'm going to switch to Atlanta now. And maybe I ought to take a peek up here at my house and see what's going on. Yeah, nothing severe at all. Just some moderate showers from time to time. And don't forget, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch up here for extreme northwest Georgia. The back side of that line has already cleared the Lookout Mountain region up there. But we do have that special weather statement in effect for pretty much from the Tennessee line all the way back to the Alabama line, down through Dalton, Calhoun, Rome, and then another special weather statement for places like Rockmart, back over toward Villa Rica, and down toward Peachtree City. That includes the Franklin area there in Heard County, back up through Carrollton, and again, Villa Rica, Dallas, Georgia, Cartersville, all under a special weather statement for this line of storms moving into Georgia at this hour. Wedowee, you're in the clear. You can go to bed. Wadley, again, you're in the clear. You can go to bed, even though you're still officially under the tornado watch. They'll start clearing some counties from the west here in just a few minutes. Roanoke, yeah, hang in there a few more minutes. Let's let this thing, let the red get away from the city of Roanoke before we clear you. Lynette, well, the leading edge of the line is moving through Lafayette now. So you know where Lafayette's at. Probably about 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes. The line should be moving through Lynette. Yes, Tracy skipped out on me. She's in the bed. Oh, I'm sorry, Shelby. Shelby says that the power's out in Trickham Valley and lost Wi-Fi connection. Noonan, Georgia. I know you guys are you're a little gun shy over there, and rightfully so. I don't see anything severe coming at you. Let's see if that special weather statement does cover Noonan. So you're under a special weather statement for some gusty winds. But at the moment, I don't see anything severe coming at you in Noonan. And to be quite honest with you, this line is really beginning to break up pretty good over in Alabama coming into Georgia. So, you know, you're under the tornado watch and you're under a special weather statement. So you do need to remain weather aware. But at the moment, I don't see anything of any great significance coming at you. Heavy rain and wind at Tiger Corner, just north of Lee County line. Very familiar with where Tiger Corner's at. Rome, you're under a special weather statement as well, but again, I don't see anything severe coming at you at the moment. I hope so, Stephanie. Get you some rest. Good night, Miss Judy. Judy, turn the lights off over in Wadley when you go down. Just go and flip the lights off. Thank you for joining us. Let's go back to the Auburn camera and see what things look like down there. Yeah, I got some pretty good rain taking place in Auburn right now. Thank you, Brittany. I appreciate you saying that. I do watch you guys over there in Coweta County. You're not necessarily in our primary coverage area, but you can rest assured that if we have significant severe weather coming out of Alabama going into West Georgia, we're going to pay attention to Coweta County. I was down there hanging with Alan Jackson a couple of months ago when we had that, well, it was last June, when we had that tornado relief benefit down there. That was a lot of fun. All of East Alabama and West Georgia, if this line has not moved through your area, I mean, we're just about to get this out of Alabama, especially in Cleburne County. It's over in eastern Randolph now, about to move into West Georgia on the west side of Hurd and Carroll. Pretty much lined up right along 431 in Chambers County. And then it stretches down just west of Auburn. So you folks over there in Lynette Valley, West Point, LaGrange, down to Lake Harding, down in Harris County, Fortson, and then up into Hurd County, Franklin. The main line has not passed your location yet, and we've got to get this line through there before it's safe for you to go to bed, because you are under a tornado watch. Now, if the Weather Service were to cancel the tornado watch, I'd tell you all to go to bed, because I don't see anything happening out there right now. But those folks who put these tornado watches out are much smarter than I. They know a whole lot more about what they're looking at than I do. So as long as we have that tornado watch in place and we have a lot of storms moving through, we got to take the course of least regret here and stay weather aware until that line of storms moves through your area. Palmer's Ridge, up in Woodland, Alabama, headed to the bed. Michelle, well, probably won't know that until tomorrow. Michelle's asking, do you have any idea how many tornadoes touched down in Alabama with this particular system? No, I don't at this point. That'll be confirmed by the National Weather Service tomorrow. They're going to have to go out and survey a lot of these areas and confirm whether the damage was from tornadoes or whether it was from straight line winds. And we're going to have a combination of both across Alabama today. I mean, just off the top of my head, since we started coverage and since I really started paying attention to it this afternoon, we're probably going to end up with at least a half a dozen, maybe 8, that are going to be confirmed tornado touchdowns across mostly West Alabama, and maybe 1 or 2 confirmed touchdowns in Central Alabama. Wouldn't surprise me to see that number be somewhere between 6 and 10, maybe somewhere around 8. Anzina, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Thank you. I'm glad that you stayed with us, and I'm glad that we're able to help talk you through this. Oh, Mark Hall is going to put out the fire and call the dogs. I hadn't heard that saying in a day or two. Thank you, Mark. We appreciate you, and we appreciate your support here at Dr. Don's Weather. We certainly do. You're more than welcome, Pat Ray. Glad I'm able to help you out there. Heavy rain over 5 points. That's coming from Paula. Thanks, Crystal. I appreciate your kind words. All right. I'm just looking at some of the cameras down there in Auburn. Boy, look at that down. That's Tiger's Corner from Toomer's Corner, from Toomer's Drugs, looking back at Toomer's Corner. And that's some heavy rain falling right there. And you can see the camera shaking a little bit too. So it's Pretty windy down there in Auburn this morning at 2:47 a.m. Central Time. Back to the radar so you can kind of see what's going on. Ranburne, Alabama, you are in the clear. You can go to bed. Heflin, you're in the clear. Anniston, Oxford, you're in the clear. Clay County is in the clear. Dowie, go to bed. Wadley, go to bed. Broughton Ridge, go to bed. So you folks over there on the eastern side of Randolph County, not so fast. Let's get that red stuff out of the county before you go. Basically, if you are along and west of 431 in Randolph County, the threat has pretty much ended. And then we see that line of storm stretching down 431 through Chambers County is just kind of sitting there. We're not getting a whole lot of movement out. I hope we're not in the process of stalling out down there. It certainly seems that it has put on the brakes. Oh, Alexander City. Yeah, you can go. I'm sorry, Erica. You can go to bed, Alexander City, Alabama. Night-night. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate those kind words. Paige is asking the question about Woodland. Is Woodland almost in the clear even with all the wind? Yeah, I mean, as soon as we get that red out of Randolph County and away from Woodland, I mean, it really, I don't know exactly where, and I don't know if you're in Woodland proper or if you're out there in the burbs, but the heaviest part of that storm that is in East Randolph is now a little bit east of Woodland. Now it's over there on the eastern side, right along 87, County Road 87 that runs up the eastern side of Randolph County. All right, so we just lost the tornado watch for Calhoun, Cherokee, Clay, Cleburne, and Tallapoosa. So the tornado watch has now been canceled for Calhoun, Cherokee, Clay, Cleburne, and Tallapoosa. The watch continues for Barber, Bullock, Chambers, Lee, Macon, Pike, Randolph, Russell, officially until 7 a.m. It will not last that long. It'll be canceled. It'll be canceled as soon as the red gets out of your county. Woodland. Yeah, go to bed. You're good. No, Rhonda, Villarica's not in the clear just yet. The line has not moved through Villarica yet. So you're between 56 and 87. So you are in the southeast suburbs of Woodland, Alabama. And, yeah, you're good. Go to bed. Windy and a cold rain on County Road 79 and 87 in Randolph County. Riding that red cloud to bed, New Hope, Alabama. You're good, New Hope. Go to bed. Very heavy rain west of Lafayette on County Road 50. That is from Martha Woodall. Thank you, Martha. You're welcome, Paige. Yeah, Springfield, hang in there for just a few more minutes. Pennon is still in the house. You're good, Pennon. If you want to go to bed, you're clear. The line is east of you. Let's see. No, Tallapoosa was always 7 a.m. Now, I think Coosa was supposed to expire at 1 a.m. and it was extended. But the tornado watch, which I believe was number 80 or 81 for Tallapoosa, was originally in effect at 7 a.m., but they're canceling this watch as that line moves through your county. So Tallapoosa has been canceled. It has not been extended. I know it still shows it, the polygon over Tallapoosa County on the map, but that'll drop off in just a few minutes. Chambers officially is still on until 7 a.m., but that'll be canceled too as soon as it moves through. I think, of course, Waverly sits there between Chambers and Lee. I think Lee will also be canceled early. Well, I know it will. There's no way that the watch will continue till then. This line will be long gone from Chambers and Lee by 7 a.m., so it'll get canceled. Okay, so Palmer's Ridge has changed the mind there. Heavy rain and wind, so they're going to hang in a little bit longer. Look at that rain rate in 5 points, would you? Thanks, Jeff, for that information. It's raining at the rate of 2.9 inches per hour in 5 points. Folks, that's some serious rain. Basically, if it rained for an hour, Jeff would pick up 2.09 inches of rain right there. It's a pretty good rain rate. Hard rain and wind in Bacon Level. Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, it actually straddles Chambers and Lee County. Heavy rain and wind in Lynette. Roanoke's looking pretty good. We've still got some red around Roanoke, so that means you've still got some heavy rain and probably some gusty winds. I don't see anything severe. There you go, Waverly. Now, y'all got a bunch of rain right there because that thing that came through Camp Hill, stretching down into extreme southeastern Chambers, right there along the Chambers-Lee County line, just sat there forever. But yeah, officially, Waverly, you are still under a tornado watch until 7 a.m., but that will never stay in place that long. As a matter of fact, the severe threat's pretty much already ended for Waverly because the line's over here now just to the east of Oak Bowery. West of Lafayette, yes, go to bed. White County, Georgia, yeah, no worries. A lot of rain. We've got a lot of rain coming. Peachtree City's covering that line with a special weather statement. So nothing severe pending for North Georgia at this hour. Flooding issues between LaGrange and Roanoke, probably not. I mean, there could be some ponding on the roadways out there right now, but another couple of hours when all this gets out of here, I think you'll be okay. There could be some street level flooding in low-lying areas out there right this moment, but that won't last long as soon as the rain starts to subside. Say the storm is dragging over Roanoke, huh? Understood. Hey, Alexandria, just tell them the doctor said it was okay. You tell them you have a doctor's excuse. Alexandria said, got to call in sick tomorrow. You can tell them she's got a doctor's excuse. Yeah, it might not be worth much, but I'll give it to you. Ephesus, the line has not moved through Ephesus just yet. Thank you, Hazel. I appreciate those kind words. And I need all the blessing I can get, so that's greatly appreciated. Okay, I'm ready to give Roanoke the clear. The heaviest part of the storm in Randolph now is over toward Rock Mills, Weehadkee, and running right up the Alabama-Georgia state line. So I think Roanoke is safe to go to bed. I think Woodland is safe to go to bed. I think Graham is safe to go to bed. You folks over there on the easternmost side of Randolph, I mean, I'm literally right there along the state line. Yeah, hang on just a few more minutes, but Woodland, you can go to bed. Anywhere along and west of 431 in Randolph County, you're in the clear. Chambers County, along and west of 431, you're in the clear also. You can go to bed. If you're east of 431 in Chambers County, let's wait a few more minutes and let this line pass. Lynette, West Point, Valley, Hughley, Casita, down to Lake Harding. The line is knocking on your door. Same thing for LaGrange. The line is just now about to cross West Point Lake, moving to the east. Franklin, the storm is just off to your west. Storm is actually moving into Auburn at this time. Let's go back to the Toomer Corner cameras and see. Looks pretty wet down there. Thank you, Miss Molly. I'll have a good night, what's left of it, which isn't much. Sorry I took a good bit of it from you, but I want to keep everybody safe down there. Rock Mills. Well, you Rock Mills folks, let me zoom in on you right here. Should we let Rock Mills go to bed? What do y'all think? Yeah, go ahead, Rock Mill. Hit the hay. Bacon level, hang on just a little bit longer. Rock Mills, you're good. Macashus Mill knocking on your door. Glenn is about to move in. Moving through O'Neill's Crossroads right now. Moving through Waresville right now. Texas, it's about to hit you. Yeah, Rock Mills, we'll let you go. Hey, Nikki. I know where Nikki lives, so yeah, she was rooting for Rock Mills. You're good. Good night. All right, so yeah, the leading edge of the storm of the squall line is just now moving into Lynette, so that's correct. Lynette, West Point Valley. Next 15, 20 minutes going to be pretty wet and windy down there. Jeff Moore with another update. Wind at 5 points, currently 9 miles per hour out of the south-southwest. Gusting to 13, rain at 1.96 inches per hour. That's the rain rate. Storm total so far at 5 points is right at 1 inch. Barometer's at 29.69 inches of mercury and falling. That will reverse itself here probably in the next 15 or 20 minutes. That barometer will start coming back up. Lime community. Yeah, give it just a few more minutes, Miss Rhonda. You're welcome, Nikki. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Dale. War Eagle to you. So, again, you folks over in Heard County, we're talking about Franklin. This line of storms now almost completely out of Randolph County and is now moved across the state line and is now moving into western Heard County. So, heavy rain and gusty winds about to move into the Franklin area. Same for Troup County. The line of storms now over in eastern Chambers County, about to start crossing the Georgia-Alabama state line into Georgia. Weather conditions across West Point Lake all the way down to Lynette, West Point, Valley, Hughley, Casita, Lake Harding, up at the Kia plant. The weather's going to start going downhill now as this line of storms move in. We don't have anything severe. We don't even have we don't even have a special weather statement out on that segment of the line. So the forecast is verifying very nicely. This line of storms is in the process of weakening, even though it's still going to pack a little punch when it moves in. Very heavy rainfall and some pretty gusty winds. It's going to be below severe limits. Not fun to drive in, but below severe limits, especially compared to what we had last night when all of this started. We have not had a warning now across East Alabama or West Georgia in, probably 2.5 hours. So this line of storms definitely in a much weaker state than what we saw earlier this evening or last night, however you want to look at it. And there's no reason to expect that it would tick back up. However, officially we remain under a tornado watch. So anytime you have a line of storms moving through and we're under a tornado watch, you got to stay vigilant. And the tornado watch is rapidly being canceled behind this line. And we're kind of following the line and going ahead and telling you where we think you're okay to go to bed as it moves through. Alexandria, the reports I'm getting from everybody, the ground truth reports, and there's several folks in here giving us weather station updates from their weather stations across East Alabama. I'm not seeing anything much over about 20 miles per hour. So, unless there is an uptick here, and I don't see anything I don't see anything that is concerning at this moment that I think would cause us to have an uptick. Unless we get an uptick, I don't expect to see anything much more than about 20 to 25 miles per hour, which is a good thing. Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, so we did have some showers break out in advance of this line last night, which I thought was going to mess up the timing on all of this, to be quite honest with you. But it did turn out pretty good. We said that the line would be crossing into Georgia around 4 a.m. Eastern, and it is 4:09 Eastern, and we were calling for that this time yesterday. So that is pretty good timing. Yes, Ashland, Alabama is good to go to bed. Well, it's not just Yona, really. It's the entire Appalachian Mountain chain. It does mess with the weather up here in North Georgia. That is for sure. You're correct in that comment, but yeah, I just don't see. I don't see anything severe. I mean, we're gonna have a lot of rain. I mean, look at all that stuff over in in West Georgia. I mean, that's moderate to pretty heavy rainfall. All of that's going to move across northeast Georgia, but um, we've even lost the special weather statements. We have no statements out there right now on that stuff, so it's calmed down just that much. Carrollton, the line's moving through there now. So about another 15, 20 minutes, and you'll be in the clear. Bacon Level and Hickory Flats. Let's see here. I think Bacon Level's going to be good. Bacon Level, let me ask you a question. Just how many times have you ever seen Bacon Level, Alabama on a radar map? Other than on Dr. Don's weather. And yes, Bacon Level, you are clear to go to bed. Hickory Flat, you're good. Go to bed. Rock Mills, you're good. Go to bed. Lime Community, go to bed. Hang in there just a few more minutes, Standing Rock. Stroud. 5 Points, Fredonia. Ashland traveling to Prattville. You're good. You're good from Ashland down to Peeville. Hey, you get down there, tell them folks I said, hey, that's my hometown. Beauregard, the line is clearing you now. We do have a special weather statement down there. And this is going to be a special weather statement for a strong thunderstorm that will impact portions of eastern Lee and northwestern Russell County through 3:45 a.m. this morning. At 3:07 a.m., Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm near about 12 miles northeast of Hurtsboro, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. The hazard with this thunderstorm is wind gust in excess of 40 miles per hour. So that's going to be to your east, Beauregard, just barely. That's going to be for this cell down here that's going to move up to the northeast towards Smith Station. I know we got some Smith Station folks that watch Dr. Don's weather, so a special weather statement for the Smith Station area for wind gusts of up to 40 miles per hour. Timing on this, Bleecker at about 3:28, Smith Station around 3:29, Hamilton around 3:56, and Pine Mountain around 5:04. So, I mean, that's 4:56 Georgia time and 5:04 for Pine Mountain, if the storm holds together that far out. They're a little bit slow in dropping the watch. They have a process that they have to go through, and they're going to wait. I mean, they're going to wait until every bit of the red is completely out of the county. I can go out on a limb and tell you that you're good. But the Weather Service is going to take the absolute least course of regret. They're going to wait until there's absolutely no chance of anything, even though we're pretty much already there. They won't remove that Randolph County until we get every bit of that red out of the county. Question down here about Russell County. I believe that special weather statement, yeah, that is for northwestern Russell County through 3:45 a.m. this morning. So yeah, that's a respectable storm down there in Russell County. It's north of 431, and it's going to continue moving off to the northeast, and it's going to actually end up running through extreme eastern or southeastern Lee County, I believe. Casita, yeah, I mean, that line of thunderstorms is moving through there. Nothing severe, just heavy rainfall and gusty winds. Actually just moved through Casita. The weather conditions should be in the process of improving down there. The heaviest rain now is just barely off to the east of Casita, right there along I-85 between Casita and Valley. I haven't heard of any damage down in Prattville. We had a pretty nasty looking cell down there earlier near Toggaville, but I have not heard of any damage down there. Five Points wants to go to bed. Yeah, why not? Go ahead. Night, night, 5 Points. You're carrying a load of logs to Union Camp, I just bet. To the paper mill down there in Prattville. I grew up smelling that sulfur. And it stank. Should LaGrange, Georgia stay up? Well, you're under a tornado watch, and you have a line of thunderstorms that is about to move across LaGrange. So if you want to take the course of least regret and the safest option here, then unless you have a NOAA weather radio or unless your phone can wake you up, then yeah, you probably ought to stay up with us until this line moves through. If you got a good app on your phone, you're confident that it'll wake you up, or if you have a NOAA weather radio, then I'd say go to bed. Heard County, yeah, the storms are just now about to just now moving into Franklin. So if you're on the western side of Heard County, you're good to go. If you're anywhere in central Heard or eastern Heard, then you got to wait for this line to get through the area before you're really safe to go to bed. Same thing again down here for LaGrange, Jasmine. That line of storms is pretty much over on the western side of the county, and it's going to move across LaGrange, and you are still under a tornado watch. So safest thing is to stay with us. Good deal. I mean, there's nothing severe coming toward LaGrange. Don't take me wrong, but we do have that line of thunderstorms that's below severe limits moving into western Troup County, but you're under a tornado watch, which means conditions are favorable for the formation of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes in and close to the watch area. So given all of that information, to be on the absolute safe side, let's ride this thing together for a few more minutes. Heavy rain in Beulah. Yeah, there's somebody from Mobile. It was a long night down there around Mobile. Y'all had multiple tornado warnings down there. That was some pretty nasty looking stuff there for a while. And so I don't know who this person is because all I see is Facebook user. If you're given the opportunity, let me just give you, let's see if I can give you the link right quick. Did I save it? I don't think it did. No, I didn't. If you have the opportunity to allow Restream to use your username in the chat room, that is perfectly safe to do, folks. We use our streaming service is called Restream. It takes our signal and distributes it to all of our social media outlets across the World Wide Web. And if you're on Facebook, you've got to, this is a thing with Facebook. Facebook keeps doing things. But if you're on Facebook, you have to give it permission to use your username so I can see who you are. Now, if you're on YouTube or any of the other social media outlets, Twitter, you don't have to do that. But when you get into the chat room, if it asks you to give permission to restream, to be able to access your username, it's perfectly fine to say yes. That way I can know who you are. Is Seneca, South Carolina safe? You are for the moment. I don't see anything severe coming your way. You're not under a tornado watch. That's just heavy rain coming through North Georgia headed towards Seneca. So, yes, Seneca, I think you're fine. Yeah, that's a pretty good segment of that storm down there that's coming into Smith Station there. You're going to have some pretty heavy wind and certainly have some heavy rainfall. Folks, I'm going to step aside for just a minute or two. I'm going to leave the feed up, and I'm going to put the radar in motion so you can get a general sense of the direction these storms are moving in. I've got to fill up the coffee cup, and I'll be right back with you. Our live severe weather coverage continues on Dr. Don's Weather. Stay with us. Good morning, East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don back in here with you. It's 3:32 a.m. Central, 4:32 a.m. Eastern. On March the 31st, 2022. We continue with our live severe weather coverage for East Alabama and West Georgia. Crazy Horse 007 is reporting that the storm has moved through the valley area, and there was heavy rain and it was windy, but really wasn't that bad. Lasted for just a minute or two, and he's calling it a night. So that's a good report from Valley, and I can confirm that the storm has moved through the Valley area, now just east of Valley. Now, one thing I would say, and I'll point out to you, let me bring the radar current and stop it here. Well, let me back it up a loop or two. Notice when the line gets right there on the state line, we start to see a little bit of a bow right there along Highway I-185 in Harris County. So there might be a little wind there that would have moved just south of Valley. So if you're on I-85 maybe and you're about to go south on I-185, probably going to be pretty windy right there along the I-185 exit. The Fortson exit down there maybe. Maybe some gustier winds there. And when we say gusty, we're talking maybe 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gust. We do have a special weather statement that's been issued for Harris County, and I'll read that to you. Strong thunderstorm will impact portions of southwestern Meriwether, Muskogee, Southern Troop, and Harris County through 5 a.m. Eastern. At about 4:28 a.m. Eastern, a line of strong thunderstorms was along a line extending from Lakeview to near Russell County Sports Complex and moving east at about 30 miles per hour. The hazard with that line of thunderstorms is gusty winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour. Again, that would probably have moved just a little bit south of Valley as it moves out of Chambers and Lee County over into Southern Troop and down into Harris County as it moves on off to the east. So I just noticed that watching that loop. Looks like that line just kind of bows all of a sudden when it gets right there along I-185. So I wanted to point that out to you. All of Randolph County, you're in the clear. We've got some more cancellations of the tornado watch. So now we have canceled Bullock, Chambers, Macon, Pike, and Randolph. So the tornado watch has been canceled officially from the National Weather Service now for Bullock, Chambers, Macon, Pike, and Randolph. The watch remains in effect for Barber, Lee, and Russell officially until 7 a.m., but I can tell you it'll be canceled for those counties also. So in Alabama, the only county we have remaining in the tornado watch is Lee County, and it would be for the extreme southeastern corner of Lee County, down there along 431 around Smith Station. That's the only part of Lee County that still has any severe weather threat remaining. So as soon as we get this line on into Georgia, we'll lose Lee County as well. As a matter of fact, if you are west of Smith Station in Lee County, you're pretty much in the clear. We've still got some red pockets back over here around Auburn, but that's not severe. So, yeah, the only areas of Lee County that still has a threat of severe weather, however it be very small, would be down there around Smith Station. And you are covered under a special weather statement down there at Smith Station as well for a strong thunderstorm in eastern Lee and northwestern Russell counties through 3:45 a.m., which is only a couple of more minutes. So the radar is still showing our East Alabama counties under that tornado watch. That will update here in just a few minutes, and those counties will drop off. I have not seen any reports of confirmation touchdown around Florella or Florida. They were confirmed. Some of the tornado warnings down there earlier this morning were confirmed. So I'm sure we're going to at least have some tree damage down there. Maybe more than that. But Alexandria, I haven't seen any official reports out of Florida or extreme South Alabama, for that matter. Good night, Springfield. Thank you for hanging with us. Thank you, Miss Reba. We appreciate your kind words. And I will tell her that Aunt Reba says hello. I certainly will. I'm going to wait until tomorrow morning to tell her, Aunt Reba, because she's asleep, and she might come up swinging if I go in there and tell her right now. So. Good to hear from you, too. Yes, National Weather Service has dropped the tornado watch for Randolph County. And folks, we're blessed. Again, we have made it through another significant, a potential for significant severe weather across East Alabama with no major impacts across our East Alabama or West Georgia counties. Um, um, and I hope that everybody continues to go through this same scenario the next time we have severe weather, and we will. This is not going to be it. It looks like we're going to have a pretty active spring. And every time we get a cold front between now and the middle of May, we have this possibility. So we still have the entire month of April to go through. So there will be more opportunities before we transition from spring into summer. So it's just very important to understand what's going on and to have an action plan put together. And know what you should do in the event that severe weather threatens your area. But let me tell you this, folks. If you don't leave tonight's or this morning's coverage with anything else other than this, please hear this. If you do not have a NOAA weather radio in your home, please get you one. And don't wait until there's another threat of severe weather, because they're hard to find going into a severe weather event because everybody runs out and buys them all up. Go ahead and do it now. You can very easily order one online. You can have it in 2 or 3 days. They're about $35. And I'm telling you, that is still, even with modern technology the way it is on your phone, it's still a good idea to have a NOAA weather radio. There are transmitters all over the state of Alabama and Georgia that broadcast this stuff. The weather information, weather alerts. You can set those radios up to go off for your county. I suggest you set them up for your county and at least one tier of counties around the county that you live in. So that just gives you more of a heads up when warnings are issued for your neighboring counties. But it's for situations like what we dealt with tonight. Thankfully, the storms did weaken as they moved into East Alabama and West Georgia. But a lot of you that stayed up with us tonight, which we greatly appreciate, a lot of you could have probably gone to bed if you had one of those NOAA weather radios, because I promise you those radios will wake you up from any type of sleep. They will rattle you out of the bed. And as long as you have one of those and you have a battery put in it, then it's safe to go to bed in situations like we have tonight. Now, if we had gone into 9 or 10 o'clock and we had tornadoes all over the place, then even if you'd had a NOAA weather radio, I would have told you not to go to bed, stay with us. But we started to see those storms weaken as they moved into East Alabama, and I did make the statement several times that if you have a NOAA weather radio, it's okay for you to go ahead and go to bed. But if you have no way of receiving severe weather information, I don't know about you, but my phone probably would not wake me up with just a a notification, because that's just a once or twice quick thing. And I mean, you can set your phone up to continuously go off when you get a notification, but now you're going to be getting it for Facebook notifications and all kinds of stuff. So it's just a good idea. Have yourself a NOAA weather radio and put that on your nightstand right beside your bed, so that the next time we deal with this, it'll be safe for you to go to bed, unless we really have some serious stuff going on. So the broken line of storms now about to move out of Carroll County. It's moving into the Villarica area. So it's about to move into Douglas County. Yeah, all but the extreme southeastern corner of Heard County is in the clear. So Franklin, you're okay to go to bed. And then down here in Troup County, the line of storms now moving into downtown LaGrange. And then it continues on down to the south. Remember that we have that special weather statement for the southern end of Troup County. And then on down into Harris County, pretty much from about Hamilton down to Fortson, and then on down to Smith Station, and about to move into Columbus. Well, thank you, Cassandra. I'm proud of you. Atta girl. I would love to, I'd love for every one of you to get one of those NOAA weather radios. That would make me sleep better at night. Thank you, Miss Wanda. I appreciate the kind words. Yes, Nan, it has passed West Point. So you should be good to drive to Roanoke. Be careful. Drive slow and be careful. There could be some standing water in the roadways, and if you're going to be traveling rural roads, understand that we've had a line of thunderstorms that's just moved through, so it's always possible there could be a tree limb in the road, especially if you're going to be traveling back roads up to Roanoke. Just slow down and be careful and drive with care. You should be fine. Roanoke is fine. All of the severe weather threat has left Randolph County. We've still got some moderate showers there in southeast Randolph County, but the severe threat has ended in Randolph County. The Weather Service has canceled the tornado watch for Randolph, and they have canceled the tornado watch for Chambers. Absolutely, Cassandra, it is. It's the best $35 you'll ever spend. Thank you, Nan. You're more than welcome. So, Chance has posted a link up here to a weather radio, and that is a Midland. And that is the one I use, and actually it's $29.99, so that's even better. I don't know what the shipping is on it. But that's a good deal right there. So that link that Chance just posted, that is a good one. And that is the one that I've got one. I've got that exact model sitting right here beside me right now. They're easy to program, but if you have issues programming it and need some assistance, just shoot me a message on Messenger, and I'll be glad to help you. You can go over to drdonwx.com, and there's an entire page on our website that's dedicated to NOAA weather radios. There's a video there that will kind of help you program your radio. And also, if you need, and with these newer ones you don't, but if for some reason you need the FIPS codes to program your counties into your radio, we have a complete listing of the Alabama FIPS codes and the Georgia FIPS codes and the frequencies. With these newer radios, you pretty much just tell it if you want to do one county or the area, and it knows where you are. And also, though, it will ask you which channel you want to listen to. And really all you have to do is go through the channels that are already pre-programmed in the radio and just pick out the one you receive the best, and you're good to go. But there is information over on our website that will help you get your radio programmed. If that doesn't work out for you, then just send me a message on Messenger, and I'll be more than happy to walk you through it and help you get your radio programmed. Question about Columbus. That's a mesoscale, mesocycle indication. And what that's telling you is there is rotation in that line of thunderstorms. That is north of Columbus. It's going to cross I-85 in southern Harris County. And what it's telling you is that thunderstorm has rotation within the thunderstorm, which is absolute, and it just went away. But that's normal. All thunderstorms rotate, or they wouldn't be a thunderstorm. So that was picking up a little stronger rotation, maybe right there along I-185, close to the 315 interchange. But it was nothing to be concerned about, and it's gone away now as well. Yeah, it was just rotation. Yeah, it's okay, Cassandra. I mean, I think I paid $39.95 for mine. So that's still a good deal. I mean, that $35 could very well save your life one day. So, so you look at it that way, it's worth $3,999,472.16. Yeah, strong wind and rain in LaGrange as this line of thunderstorms moves through Troup County. The strongest part of the line now is east of LaGrange, so things should start improving there in Troup County. The line is stretching from near Hogansville down to out there at the LaGrange exit on I-85, and then pretty much right down I-185. Then we have that little Boeing segment that's kind of jumped out in front of the main line from north of Hamilton down through Hamilton, stretching all the way back down to Columbus. And the west side of it stretches back into Alabama, back over to near Smith Station. So as soon as we get this line out of Harris, Troup, We are going to put this broadcast to bed. We have been on multiple times since yesterday afternoon. This particular segment, we are almost at 4 hours with this coverage. But we're going to wait because we're under a tornado watch. We are going to wait until we get the line out of troop, which should happen in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And then when we get the storms over into the eastern sections of Harris County, then we'll be done. I can tell you that Lee County is the only county in Alabama in our coverage area that is still under the tornado watch, and that's only because of that little small area there down in the extreme southeastern corner of Lee County that still has that thunderstorm there around Smith Station, and that'll be on over into Georgia here in the next 10 minutes or so as well. You're welcome, LaGrange. Thank you, Lisa, down in Columbus. I've got to get my radio package done for the weather forecast for today. I didn't realize this is about the time I get up every morning. So the timing on this thing is going to work out just right. As soon as we get these storms out of here, I'll get the morning radio package put together and get it sent up to the server, and then I am probably going to go to bed myself. It's been a long day. I had to go to Atlanta yesterday morning and teach a class, and so it's been a long day. That's right, Lady Hawk. Done just in time to get up and go to work. So I was just reading from the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service concerning the current tornado watch that we have in place, and they're talking like they may consider extending the tornado watch to the east in Georgia, especially down in the southwest part of the state of Georgia. It's already down to just east of Albany, but they may extend this watch even further east down here in southern Georgia in the next hour or so. We have no active, well, I'll take that back. We do have one tornado warning down here in Florida. And that's going to be south of Bonifay. And let me go over here and put the mosaic on so we can see that storm a little better. This is going to be a tornado warning for east central Washington County. That's down in Florida. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Vernon, moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. And then we have several severe thunderstorm warnings down here. They're basically warning for this entire line as it moves through northwest Florida. But that's, and then also up here in southeast Alabama, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for the segment of the storm that's moving through Dothan and Abbeville. So we're probably going to see an extension of the tornado watch, at least across southern Georgia and North Florida. I'm not sure how far north they're considering extending that watch. Probably from Macon south, if I had to guess. I do not anticipate the severe thunderstorm watch in northwest Georgia being extended further east for northeast Georgia. Those storms up there have just really fallen apart over the last 30 to 45 minutes. So again, the main reason we are still with you this morning is because of that line of thunderstorms that is moving through eastern Troup and eastern Harris County. We're just about to get the storm completely out of Troup. So then we'll be watching this segment down here in Harris. And we will be watching it move into eastern Harris County. As soon as it does that, basically we're waiting for this to get out of Troup County. As soon as that happens, we are going to put this one to bed and call it another successful severe weather event for East Alabama and West Georgia. Folks, if you're on Facebook and you'd like to help us out, all you have to do is click on that link I just posted. You can send us stars on Facebook. If you're on YouTube, or if you don't want to send stars from Facebook, all you have to do is go to drdonwx.com. That's our home on the World Wide Web. There is a link in the upper right-hand corner of our website there where you can click on donate to help us out. So we appreciate anything you can do for us. This is very expensive. There are a lot of behind-the-scene costs to do this and put the products out there. We use state-of-the-art radar. Of course, there's internet cost and all the equipment it takes to do this. There's a lot more to it than you would imagine. Trust me. So anything you can do to support us, we greatly appreciate it. A lot of folks who do this on social media set it up as a subscription base, meaning that everybody has to pay a fee. It's small, but I've tried very hard to keep from having to do that. And so far, your support and our partners, such as Jamie Dukas of Alpha Insurance, and then all the other folks that you see scrolling there at the bottom of the screen, with their support and your support so far, we've been able to stay away from having to go the subscription route. And I hope to be able to continue to do that because I want to leave it open for and free to everybody to be able to access our weather information during times of severe weather. So if you will continue to support us, then we'll be able to continue to keep it free for everybody. So we have a strong thunderstorm will impact portions of southwestern Meriwether, Muskogee, Southern Troop, and Harris County through 5 a.m. This morning. It is 5:02. That special weather statement just expired. We have the leading edge of that stronger line of thunderstorms has moved out of Troop County. It's now moved on off to the east. Well, we have a brand new one just popped up. But that's not in our coverage area. It does have eastern Troop within that special weather statement polygon, but the heaviest part of the storm has moved out of Troop County and is now over into Meriwether County. I'll read it to you. Strong thunderstorm will impact portions of central Fayette, Meriwether, Muskogee, northeastern Chattahoochee, eastern Troop, Coweta, western Talbot, and Harris County through 5:30 a.m. At 5:02 a.m., a line of strong thunderstorms was located along a line extending from Moreland to St. Mary's Hills and moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. The hazard with this line of thunderstorms would be wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour and very heavy rainfall. But again, the heaviest part of this is now out of Troop County over into Meriwether, and it's now over into eastern portions of Harris County. It's right there at Pine Mountain and moving off to the east, so that is migrating out of our coverage area. And the part of the storm down in Lee County that has prompted the Weather Service to hang on to the tornado watch for Lee County is moving into Georgia as well. So Lee County will be dropped from that tornado watch at any moment. Let me just double check right quick before we get out of here to see if they're saying anything. No. But that'll be canceled at any moment down there. The severe weather threat has moved on over into Georgia, we believe. So, folks, we're going to wrap this thing up, and I'm going to bid you a very pleasant Thursday morning. It is Thursday, right? Yes, I believe it is. Gotta bid you a very pleasant Thursday morning. And wow, we've been at this now, just this segment, 4 hours and 6 minutes. We had several other segments earlier last night that were 2 and 3 hours each. So we probably put in close to 6 or 7 hours of live coverage throughout this event, which is pretty typical. So anyway, we thank you so much for joining us. Just always remember to share us with your friends and ask your friends to share with their friends. Next time severe weather outbreak happens across East Alabama and West Georgia, we'll be right here to cover it for you on Dr. Don's Weather. God bless you all. Have a fantastic Thursday. Probably not going to have a primetime forecast this morning, but we'll see you back in here first thing tomorrow morning with your primetime forecast. We'll take a look at maybe a little rain on Saturday morning and again out there next Tuesday. Good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. I'll see you next time on Dr. Don's Weather. Good night, folks.